Get up. Yeah. 4-year-old man had to go somewhere. I see a lot of them said they did. He said, I got to. Yeah, man, they're really freaking out. Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. All over? All over. All over. But so we're at the same time.
What am I doing wrong?
Is that the slides?
I think so.
Are you
It's a PDF, or actually it's a Google Doc. Let me see.
Your slides are ready. Google Doc or what?
Oh, Heidi does this. Don't ask me technology questions. Girl, you know better than that. She says, here's the presentation. Okay. That's what I got. Normally, hold on. When I go down here, go to Google, go to that thing you open.
Mm-hmm.
And then, oh dear.
Yeah.
I have something else generally on my computer I can do.
Hold on, let me see.
Is it a PDF?
Yeah.
Just download it and then open it using your PDF. So wherever you're looking at through Google, through Gmail, it'll always do that.
Okay.
I apologize, ma'am. I meant to include you on the.
So I don't know where it went.
It's not a Mac, so I don't know.
God, you are so
Okay, yeah,
smart.
double click that.
Okay, this is good, right? And then we're gonna share. Oh goodness. Is that it? Oh, thank you.
There it is. Yep.
And then you just control it from.
Yeah, you just need to take that to full screen.
And then you can control it from where?
Hopefully from here, because if I can't, that's not going to work at all, because it's 153 pages. Oh wait, still can.
How you doing, Walter?
What's oh. I bet your husband here responded to it. I sure got it. Yeah, here, I'm gonna start my app. Send it around. How can I can't just do like I normally do with HDMI and hook up?
Yeah, let's just do that. They're just not gonna be able to.
Oh, are people zooming it, watching it?
I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it though. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll keep an eye on it.
If
So we can
somebody
roll.
has a question, you can always call me, baby.
I don't worry about it.
It should be right there. There you go. Perfect. We got it. Love it.
Okay. You good?
Yeah, I'm rocking and rolling. I am. Okay. No way.
What?
Was it not working, Jeff?
This is what got my earlier.
Not gonna do it. Gotta be kidding me. Will you see if there's anything I'm doing wrong? I mean, it should, right? It's a PDF. It should go to the next slide. At least go down. It says it's. Hold on, let me.
Hold on.
Okay. So you said that somehow it's just not advancing the pages.
Are all the presentations PDF?
No. Some of them are PowerPoint. You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't care about the lines up. I'm with that.
don't know, but it drives me nuts. That's why I think-
Will you zoom out a little?
It's just not.
You zoom out a little?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. All right, guys, we're gonna get started. I think the sign-in sheet is going around, as are the handouts. If you didn't get one, no. Welcome. I love Bug. Oh, you already got one.
Yes, ma'am.
I got one.
Yes, ma'am, I got
Being efficient.
Well,
Trust
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you, Jeffrey. Look at you.
Oh, you love me.
We got, yeah, I do love you. We got some more folks that are coming, I know, but this is a long, and I don't mean to be boring, I'll make it as unboring as I possibly can be. But these are all those other parole documents that you guys have to understand that we don't draft, and so some of them are detail oriented, and I'm a high D, not a C, so we'll get through these later spreadsheet things.
Just go and say it. They were produced by lawyers. Go and say it. They were produced by lawyers.
Okay. Anyways, so Jeffrey gets started for us, and then we'll have you talk, sir, and then we'll have you ladies come along. How's that?
All right, how you guys doing today?
Great.
I'm Jeff with Tejas Imagery. We want to be your one-stop marketing shop for your listings. Okay. For the flyer I gave you guys, have our most popular packages here. Since we hate being nickel and dime, we don't do that to you. Okay, so all of them include a social media marketing suite, a floor plan, slideshow with music background, and the property's owned website. Okay. On the back, some of the other services we offer. We do virtual staging, so the house is beautiful, but their taste in furniture, not so much. So we're going to take their furniture out, put new furniture in. We do videos for you. It's one of the best things you can do for a realtor to market yourself and your brand is lead through the house with a realtor-led video. You talk about the highlights of the house. Okay. Don't worry about the on turbo on camera. It's not like the old days. We don't have a VHS tape or anything like that. Okay, we just delete and move on. All right. We do 360 tours, very similar to Matterport. Ours just doesn't have that dollhouse that confuses people. Okay. All right, thank you. Whoever's listening at me. Feel good now. The other thing we do for when you have a buyer is the closing experience. What we do is we bring balloons, ribbon, big scissors, and we have a ribbon cutting at the house to celebrate them buying the house, celebrate with you. We have a small gift for you to give them. A couple of keychains, new home, new adventure, new memories. On the back, we laser engrave your name and number because they're going to throw away your card. They would delete you from the phone, but they never get rid of the keychain that has their new house key on it. Okay, so they always have the information. We edit that all together, and we ask them one simple question. What was your experience using Monica as your realtor? She was great. We didn't know what we didn't know, because they all Googled to hit ChatGPT, right? So they all think they're a realtor. So, yeah. So Monica's experience is great. She's a great communicator. We recommend her to anybody. The reason we do that, Monica now has a testimonial video, and this now makes that marketing material not a client gift. Okay. Normally for a testimonial video, we charge $600. For this, we're only doing $150. Okay. Because our theory is you use us for that, you'll get the experience using us and use us for your next listing. Okay. So any questions? No? Okay. Down at the bottom, 2 QR codes. Want to show you the closing experience video. The other one is for you to enter to win. Since the guys at home don't have this flyer, your odds of winning just increased dramatically.
I do have a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What's the 154?
The closing experience.
Okay. And then that includes a testimonial video?
Yep, that is a
That is a
testimonial video.
testimonial.
Yeah. Okay. But we make it celebrating the house. So we put that on a flash drive for you to give to your clients. So you have another touch point. Ask them to share it on their social media. That way they're advertising for you. Okay. So the QR code down here, enter to win. You scan that in, you'll be in for a drawing for a free gold package for your next listing. And if you don't win the gold package, then you still get a coupon for like $25 off anything to do with us. So I'll make your closing experience $125 then. Okay.
Guys, that closing experience is great. The month about it. That makes you the hero, right?
Yeah.
And how many people are doing that? None. So, I mean, this younger generation, they like all that foo and all that internet and all that kind of good stuff. I would want all the people in my yard, but that's just me. But you know, but just all that, that is really, especially for those first time home buyers, that is really, really elevating. And if you back it up a little bit enough to do it with their housewarming, and you sponsor the housewarming, who the hell's you around? Everybody's talking about you all day long. You, right? Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. All righty, so my name is Brian Smith. I am, I'm a certified master inspector. So what does that mean? That means I've done a lot of inspections. Originally, I'm an electrical engineer. Our company is Smith Group Property Inspections. We do residential and commercial inspections all over the greater Houston area. So I passed out a little booklet for everybody. It's got a picture of me and my team on the front. We cover the entire city. We include a termite inspection with every inspection that we do. Some people charge extra for that. We include a WDI inspection with every inspection that we do. And we do everything: swimming pools, septic systems, water wells, one-stop shopping. We also just launched a new service. We do mold inspections as well, air samples, swab, tapes, so we can take care of everything. You look us up on Google, we have over 1,500 five-star Google reviews. So this isn't something that we just recently started doing. We have a lot of experience inspecting houses. If you have Spanish-speaking clients, we have bilingual inspectors on our team. We get you the report the same day that we do the inspection. A lot of pictures, very visual, easy to understand, nice summary at the end. We also offer, if you have clients that are building homes, new construction inspections. So we offer what we call 3-phase inspections. So phase 1 is before they pour the concrete on the foundation. Phase 2 is before the pre-drywall. Before they cover everything with drywall, we do an inspection at that point. And then phase 3 is when everything is energized in the house, all appliances, electrical, HVAC, the whole thing. So we can inspect for your clients all along the way. And that really, as an agent, you add a lot of value to your clients by making them aware that these options are available. Some people aren't aware that they can do that, you know, or maybe they don't know a company that is knowledgeable that can do that for them. Let's see what else. Oh, we also have a pay and close option for our inspections. So on our inspections, basically, it's through our credit card processor. And the way it works, when they sign up, when we schedule the inspection, they put their credit card information in and it charges them 30 days later. Whether they buy the house or they don't buy the house, it just delays their payment so they don't have to pay right now. I mean, that's basically the way it works. And so it's just something that we offer so that we can add more value. Some people, the funds are tight. And so we try to help out how we can.
Guys, think about that. We have a buyer's market. Let's get all those concessions we can and get that. I mean, if we're going to bill it to closing or basically pay for it afterwards, we're covering that inspection for, right? So ask for the money. That way it's on the seller's ticket.
Great. So one last thing, and then if you have questions, I'll say this. One last thing. So on our very first deal together, you get a $100 discount. So when you call in or your client calls in the schedule, let them know that Brian said I get a $100 discount on my first deal, and they'll honor. So 7 days a week. And then also, if you have clients that are veterans, teacher, firefighter, we offer what we call a hero discount. You know, if you ever have clients that are in any of those categories, we offer a discount to them because we appreciate what they do. So anyone have questions for me before I take my seat?
So, depending on the 3 phases, it's the client's responsibility to contact you before so you would need to build your own product.
So that's a great question. So her question was, if you didn't hear, how does the scheduling work on 3-phase inspections? So real short, when we first start building a home, we're under contract, the builder has some sort of schedule that they're operating towards. And so as an agent, my suggestion is the first thing that we're going to do is let the builder know that our client intends to have the 3-phase inspection. Because the earlier that you let the builder know, the builder can say, okay, well, look, in this window of time, we're targeting the Porta Foundation. It's tentative, weather and stuff. Don't hold me to that. And so we're starting the dialogue with the builder, and then because they don't want us coming in at the last minute saying, "Oh, I want to do a foundation." So the earlier you start that conversation, the better you can get, a window. And then same thing with the pre-drywall. There's some kind of schedule, a date where we're scheduled to install drywall. I know it's a fluctuating date, but it's a conversation, and that's where the agent comes in to help be the liaison for the client. Me, I'm going to go and do it whenever y'all tell me, hey, this is the date. We don't necessarily, so we partner with you as the agent, and we're going to be there when it's ready. We ask questions of the builder as well to make sure we're not making, we don't want to make blank trips, but normally we partner with the agent to make sure that we're all on the same page with scheduling.
The cost of the new build 3-phase is the same as back here?
No, sir. So it's by the square footage of the house, but like phase 1, regular size house, 2,000 square foot. It's like $275, something like that. We try to make it very affordable because a lot of people, I don't think, are aware that we can do this. And so we want to get the word out that this service is available. And so, yes. And then again, there's a price sheet here on the back with prices. Great question. Yes, ma'am. Okay. A question?
Well, just honest question, man. What happens on the pay at close? Or what happened if the deal falls through?
Well, we did the inspection. It's really not my concern if they. I'm concerned. I want your deal to go through, but but whether they honestly redo the service for them that day, and it's not. I'm not inspecting the house. Whether this deal goes through. I just want to report the condition of the house today, and kind of what happens down the line. That's not my role, really. And I mean, I don't care if the deal goes through, but I'm just saying that.
That happens. What if we lost out? Then we have to pay another one. That's part of the
But
process,
to your point, one thing that we specialize in is we try to do a very thorough inspection where we're not scaring people. That's why we have over 1,500 5-star Google reviews, because we're very thorough, but we deliver the information in a way where people are not terrified.
Yeah, no, and we understand that it's real, right? The service was performed.
Yes.
Expect to pay. Right?
Yeah.
Well, sometimes buyers, it can be funny. Oh, well, you charge me a first, why am I gonna pay now?
And really, for me, that's the credit card processor kind of handles that part. When they check that option, because they pay me regardless. But that's how it normally works. And the reason why I explain that part is because your client normally is going to ask you questions. Basically, they're going to charge their card 30 days later. So really, it's not really pay at close. It's really more pay 30 days later. That's probably the more appropriate name for it.
Yeah. Thank you much. I appreciate you, Brian, and I will give you the list of everybody afterwards because they all signed in. Reach out to your sponsors. They'll reach out to you with fun. Put it in your bucket. These folks are taking money out of their lives, out of their pocket, and time out of their lives to invest in you. Help you grow, help you learn the crap that we don't really want to learn anyway. This is today's class. But we got to, right? But they're the ones investing in you in your career today. So I know you've got folks in your pocket. Add these guys. Give them an opportunity, please. And having said that, this is my insurance. So I hope that says to you how I feel about this one. Right?
Well, hi everyone. My name is Amelia Jenkins. I'm with Goosehead Insurance. I'm sure you have run into Goosehead before if you've been in real estate for a while. In case you haven't heard of us, though, we are the largest insurance brokerage in the nation. Super duper important to have a broker on your closing team right now because insurance is all over the place. Just going to one carrier and getting a $7,000 quote for the home insurance would definitely scare me off from a home closing. So don't let insurance be your guilt killers. Besides the insurance side of things, I love to support you in your business any way I can. I do all of my own marketing. So if you ever need help with marketing, making things on social media, all that fun stuff, I'd love to help you with that. Popeyes, I have tons of little templates and fun little Popeyes that I have for my partners. I do a social media calendar, I send monthly market premiums, all of that fun stuff. And then last, if you haven't shopped your insurance, I would love to kind of show you my process and how everything looks by looking at yours. I did tally it up. I'm at $65,000 this year in client savings. So saved a ton of money. So don't overpay for your insurance. But I am doing a little deal for the people in the classes that I've been at this week, at the end of the week. If I can teach your current race, I'll buy your coffee. So send me your home and auto deck page. I'll take a look and show you what it's like to work with Goosehead. So if you ever need anything, flood zone determinations, all that kind of fun stuff, my cell's on here. Feel free to call me, text me, email me, all that. But yeah, I hope y'all have a wonderful class. Y'all have the best instructor. So I know it'll be great.
Guys, here's a quick and easy reach out. Keep that conversation going with those clients that you just closed in the last few years. Because the insurance has been helped, right? It's been up difficult. So you might say, hey, listen, I met this lady and I was thinking about how high your insurance was when we closed that deal. Give her an opportunity, right? The fact that you took the time to think about their mortgage and their monthly payment, we're in real estate with them right now. This is removed, right? That you're concerned about them and what they pay monthly is huge value to you. That is absolutely stellar.
I
And
do
I
the
promise
template
you.
for that as well.
Oh,
So if
there you go.
want
She can
any
template for
emails
everything,
and
guys.
people to send
That's-
past clients, I've got one ready to go. for
You
that.
know, and because you know it was awful, right? It was tough for a
Well,
lot,
even like, that's an awesome suggestion, like for me, who I'm doing the business,
right?
when I'm calling my SOIs, I'm only calling them to tell them I'm in the business, calling them, I got a
Hey.
contact.
Hey, I like that. I'm gonna plagiarize that for my new
Yeah.
folks. I like that. That's a good idea.
You guys have anything? Nope.
No, I was gonna,
Yeah, we got it first.
I was gonna learn, Goosehead, I'm sorry, which one?
Amelia.
Amelia, that we did, I did, use her, my cousin, she was the fourth one. With the name, she did.
We'd love to hear that. Yeah, cut your rates and this submit to clients. We don't have a Goosehead agent. So yeah, I'd love to take a look at things for them.
Leverage all the way around. All right, guys, we're ready to rock and roll. I can tell you this is not Miss Cindy's favorite class. Let's just be real up front. Hey, and see, my computer knows what happened. Uh-oh. I think I need Natalie. Wait. Ah, no, I don't. Wow, cool. How cool is that? Look at that. All right. All right, what we are talking, oh, I do want to say one thing. Our market is not yet stable, right? It is still like this. That statistic in card that says how many months of inventory we have is not reliable because it's a 12-month statistic. We've got to have 12 months of stability to create a real life statistic. So you've got to know when you're taking your buyer or your seller out, am I in a buyer's market or a seller's market? Where am I? So here's the formula. I'll give it to you quick. You see how many, and do it by zip code. Caroline has 2 zip codes, 2 different numbers. Do it by zip code. You see how many active listings there are in a zip code. See how many closed in the last 30 days and divide the 2. So if I've got 100 active listings, and I've closed 25 in that zip code in the last 30 days, we divide 25 into 100. That's 4 months. That's 4 months of inventory. Okay. 1 to 2 months is the seller's market. 3 to 4 is balance. Greater than 5 is the buyer's market. So it's important to know that right now. And El Dorado Boulevard alone, last time I ran the stats, 45 to Highway 3 was the buyer's market. Highway 3 up to about Diana, Torrey Pines was a balanced market. Everything above that was a seller's market. And that's one street. One street, guys. So that's how diverse it can be. I mean, we might be looking at this side of the neighborhood. Oh, you know, I'm not going to bring it down like that. But, and it hasn't been like that, but you just don't even look like you're about to fall over. You should fix that. But anyhow, it's important because your seller, when you list it, he is where he is where he is. The other thing I would please, and those of you that are newer in real estate, I know it sounds like, man, I'm asking for a lot when I'm asking for that 6% on an FHA contract, because we can ask for 6%, right? Or 4% on a VA, 3% on a conventional. If they're putting 10% down or more, we can ask for more on, you know, in concessions on a conventional loan. But I hear a lot of times, gosh, that's an awful lot to ask. Yeah, it is. Sure is. But this is a cyclical industry, right? 5 years ago, when we were paying $20,000 and $30,000 over list price, and there was a seller out there said, "Oh, don't do that. That's too much to pay me right now. Don't pay me that kind of money. That's crazy," right? They weren't doing that because it was a seller's market, right? They were taking advantage of the seller's market. So if you're in a buyer's market, that's the job, guys. That's the job. Whoever's t-shirt you're putting on right now, we got to represent them. So if I can get Oh Lord, did I have such a child? I feel crazy over here. But don't feel bad about that. And don't let that listing agent beat you up. My God, tell him to do the math. Tell him to do the math. You're sitting in a buyer's market. And do the analogy. If we were sitting in a seller's market and I was offering you 20,000 over, would you tell me no? So then, come on now. I can't help where your property sits. It sits where it sits. Is what it is. So that's my opinion. All right, we're going to go through all the documents today. We're going through the settlement statement, the closing disclosure, the airship affidavit, the title commitment, the survey, the appraisal, the inspection report, to the best of my ability. There's 153 pages in here. I am not going to, the note is ungodly. I'm going to cover it, but I'm not going to go through every single paragraph because a lot of it is pretty self-explanatory. But I'm going to give you the important parts. But if there's anything you've had a challenge with, if I'm on that document, stop me. We're not moving forward till we are clear on what this document is. I know we don't produce these. Our partners produce it, but we have to understand it. We have to be able to look at it, interpret it, and make it make sense for our buyer. Am I right? So here we go. Oh, Lord. Can't nobody see that? Can y'all see that? No. Uh-oh, Jeffrey. You messed me up. We're going to do it my way, guys, and I'm just going to have to, because this is crazy. All right. This is the HUD-1 settlement statement, basically. This is what's on it. It tells you what type of loan it is. When you get it as the agent, please check these things. Don't just assume they've got all these boxes right. I can't tell you. I've a couple of times in my, maybe a dozen in my career, I found the conventional box was checked, but it was an FHA loan. It was just an error. We're human. Errors, it happens, right? So just make sure we read it. Make sure that we've got the right loan number, the file number, that we have our client's name the way they want it to read on their deed, right? Our contract, when we write it, you ask them, how do you want your name to read on your deed? And does your ID reflect the same name, right? I'm going to give you guys a crazy, I get to do some stories. Yeah, I'm so worried not going to do stories today. Okay, this is an insane story. This guy in another state would never flown in Texas, for God's sake. But when he went to the DMV to get his driver's license, he just thought he'd be funny. He drew 3 cat faces as his signature, and it went through. So when his driver's license came out, his signature on his driver's license was 3 cat faces, right? Thank you, right? I know. Exactly what I said. And I found this out from a signing, and the guy that runs the signing agency around me telling me, I said, Greg, what'd you do? He said, well, he had to sign 3 cat faces on all of his documents, right?
He's laughing.
Thank you, exactly. They also had to get, and to solve the problem, prove he was what he was, they had to get someone else that did not have an expired ID that can say, this is who that person is. So 3 cat faces were not on this deed. But can you just fathom how crazy that would be? So you need to make sure how I might have Cynthia marks on my ID, but you think I'm Cindy, right? And it is that way. So do I want Cynthia on there? I want what's on my ID. Who cares what I want? I want what you can prove that you are. Who are you? What does it say? That's what's going to be on there. And make sure this matches, right? Because the title company might know your friend as Cindy. And just Cindy Marks. Cindy Marks been thinking that, right? But Cynthia, so make sure you check all that and get it right. I don't know if this is going to work with me doing this, is it? No. Dadgummit. All right, well, we're going to do it this way. Come on, where are you? Maybe it will now. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so here are the charges. This is what's due from the borrower, and this is what's due to the seller. And how are taxes paid? Do we understand how taxes are paid? In arrears. So when I pay my taxes at the end of the year, when we get a tax bill, it's for the year that we just lived through, right? So when we go to closing, the seller has to pay their share because they lived through the property part of that time, right? So that's why we're going to have a credit from the seller for taxes because they have to pay us because our bill is going to come later after they vacated the property. A lot of times at closing, you'll hear them say, the title company say, should be every time, but I don't know, can't speak for every closing, but they should say, if there's a difference in these numbers, the buyer and seller agree to resolve this post-closing, right? So has it happened? Sure has. Happens most often when the taxes are put on that statement in something that's not accurate. It maybe with what's the word I'm looking for? Exemption. Yeah, sorry, the exemption is on there wrong or something like that. So, but it does come up where the taxes change, and we get this tax bill at the end of the year. We just had a huge tax jump increase. Well, they used last year's taxes, but this year we got a higher tax increase, so now we've got a difference. So then that is between the buyer and the seller, and not you guys. Once the closing is done, it's over. But it should be explained to them that there's a difference. That's who takes care of that. Now, HOAs are exactly the opposite. That's paid at the front of the year. So we have to give the seller the credit back for, and I'm the buyer right now. We have to give the seller the credit back for the portion of the year that we're going to be in the property because they've already paid that fee. And then we come down to what monies have been paid. Deposit, earnest money, right? Our principal loan amount and any existing loan. Then over here, we've got from the seller, any excess deposits, settlement charges to the seller, existing loan that they might have, payoff of a first mortgage or second mortgage, or whatever else. There might be an M&M lien, right? So let's say that they, okay, let's say they had a transaction and they paid, had the roof put on and it busted out. But they now owe that roof, right? So the roofer would have gone and put an M&M lien on that house. So when they went to sell it with the next buyer, that M&M lien would come up. So we would have to clear that lien. So it would be added there. I got a lot of blank faces. Am I going too fast? Everybody got what I got? Oh, mechanics and material miscellaneous. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So sorry, baby. When somebody does work on a house or a property and they don't get paid, they can file it. It's called a mechanics and material lien on the property. So that whenever it changes hands, that's got to be paid. However, all of those liens do not get paid if there were 100 of them, even a second mortgage, if it forecloses. The only person that gets paid in a foreclosure is the primary mortgage. Everybody else goes away, which is why sellers hate to take that second position financing, because if they default, the seller loses all their money, right? Okay, is that clear? Did I get it? No, that's, yeah, we're rock and rolling. Cool. Then down here, it says any adjustments that need to be paid by the seller. If there were some unpaid fees, maybe there was an HOA that wasn't paid, whatever monies that, you know, are still need to be distributed, they put those on the bottom. And then we'll have at the very bottom, they do all the math, and this is what's due to or from the borrower or to the seller or from the seller, right? I just closed the deal with my daughter and she walked from the table with $1,600. So she paid. She got to walk away with money. It's not always that the buyer has to bring money. It depends on how you structure the transaction, right? So we had DPA, we had seller concessions, and with those combined with what she needed, she ended up getting some of it there this way. Sometimes the seller has to pay, right? They're not always getting money. Right? Their mortgage is more than they're going to be able to get. They're going to be able to clear most of it, but there's still a balance that they owe, or whatever it might be. Maybe it's the HOA fees or whatever it is. So they might have to owe some money as well. You'll get to see all this, both sides of it. The other thing you're going to see, how much is the other person getting paid? You're going to know that. I'm going to tell you about a transaction right now. Then the lady was the listing agent. The buyer was unrepresented. She closed it out at MLS as the buyer's agent. And what should have been in that situation is non-MLS, right? But she just put her name on there, right? So my question was, I want to see what that commission's going to be. I saw it before it closed, so it did get fixed. But my question to them was, you trying to get 6%? Is that what was happening there? That seems a little shady, right? So at the end of the day, if you feel like somebody's told you, hey, sorry, I've cut my commission, I can't help you out, can we change it? No, we can see what the shady rate is. It's going to come up right here. She get her full 3%.
Swallow it and then drink your horchata.
My seller's only paying the XYZ. That's real stupid. Figure it out right here. Why lie? And I'm giving you, but it's just a start of year. I'll give you the horror stories. Okay, so if it hasn't happened to you, praise God. But be prepared. Said, oh no, I can't give it up. Oh no, my seller's not. I'm gonna be the one to make this deal happen because I'm giving up 1.5% because you won't help me. Is that what you're telling me right now? Yes, that's what I'm telling you. So we go to closing. Promise you I'm gonna let her know. Really? Really? Remember that. Because at the end of the day, we got some shady folks in this business. You'll figure out who they are as you go, right? So just watch, be careful. It's gonna break it down here on all the costs for the loan, the origination fee, and this is where, I mean, I'll walk a little further here. We have the mortgage insurance premium. Did I?
What are you doing? Use an icon,
All
babe.
day. Okay. The reserves. 3
Swallow it.
months, right? Say this is
What are
what
you
our
doing?
tax insurance, whatever it is, they hold 3 months, right? Anything over that, they can't hold. So this is the money that we put into the reserves to pay those bills. Because when the taxes come due at the end of the year, right? We have to have some money in an escrow account to pay those bills. And if we didn't put something in reserve and you close in October, probably not going to have all the money to pay that tax bill when it comes in. That's why they have to have at least that much in their pocket. So that they can
7128.
cover from something. Owner's title policy, lender's title policy, recording fees, those are fixed. But there are some fees. Let's say we get into a transaction and your buyer's 500 short. The lender can cut fees. Title can cut some of their fees. Don't be afraid to ask your partners for some help. That this is as far as we got. We can't all lose at the end. I need some help. My buyer needs some help. I'm going to cut this, and you guys cut some. And they can. They absolutely can. Just ask. You've got to be not afraid to ask them help if you need it. But they can absolutely do it as well.
I recently just got my CO.
I'm eating, baby.
So now I'm ready to start looking to move forward.
The amount that is done in a good faith estimate to the buyer, if there are significant changes to what comes out in the settlement statement, things have to be redone. So it needs to be within 10%. So if they said the origination fee is going to be
Are we next to Target?
$2,000, can't be more than $2,200. Otherwise, we'd have to redraft.
Oh, look, babe,
Because
we are.
they were given up front, didn't end up being true.
I'm getting really dapper soon because I have a Target gift card from his diapers that I've returned there before.
This is
One
what
seven
we're
minutes
doing.
away.
This is the lending fee, this is what we're disclosing fee, this is what's gonna cost you. So when we get to closing, there has to be we get a certain variance, or this is not what you were offered in the beginning. Does that make sense?
Sit
Talks about
down.
those loans, talks about your loan terms, what's the loan amount, how many years, what's the interest rate. One of the things that people see is your first year APR is different, right? Sometimes you have to explain it. Wait a minute, that's not my interest rate. I've had them tell me that many times. That's your APR for your first year because that number includes some of these closing costs. So it is going to be higher. Their return, the rate they're going to get a return on this first year is going to be more because you paid more costs, right? That second year is when the semester. So just make sure they understand that.
Good morning, Jeff.
Okay. This is where it tells you, can your interest rate rise? Is it fixed? Is it an arm? Is it adjustable? You all know what adjustable rate is? Adjustable rate mortgage? If you don't, raise your hand.
Hope you're enjoying your vacation.
Okay, settlement statement. This is a little bit better version of it, so you can see it. I'm just going to click through. Hey. It's a little bit cleaner. Okay. The closing disclosures to be given to the buyer 3 days before closing. Does that always happen? No. Excuse me. Oh, gosh. Oh, excuse me again. So sorry. Got allergies.
Right there
Where, baby?
on that table.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Cash, why don't you go ahead and go before I
take a break.
Yeah, oh my, yeah. Give me 1 second.
All right. Well, my name is Cash Van Ness, owner of Ness Home Inspections, NESST Home Inspections. Part of my name is Ness, NESS, and I put a T on the structure. Born and raised in the area, born down in Webster. When my daddy built the wing on the hospital that I was born in. So daddy and uncle were in business together. They built apartment complexes, neighborhoods, commercial buildings. Brother was a builder. I was a builder, so definitely runs in the blood. First job was in San Leon, picking up around job sites at the age of 14. And a couple of years after that, I moved up to Splendora, where I was installing garage doors. And at the age of 19 or 20, I moved off to Fredericksburg, Texas, where I was building stick frame homes, the same homes that y'all deal with on a day-to-day basis, and also antique log cabinets. The old 150-year-old cabins falling down in the Tennessee mountains, they would tag them, ship them to us. Me and my brother would make new homes out of them. So eventually opened up my own construction business and was in construction altogether for over 30 years. Decided to become a home inspector. In these folders, there's a price list. We start at $400 and we go up basically $50 every 500 square feet. The first 0 to 2,000 square feet is a little quirky, but then after that, it's $50 every 500 square feet. We do a free termite inspection, free digital foundation analysis. That's where I'll come in with my zip level. It's the same instrument that structural engineers use. We'll give you a digital readout of the foundation and make sure it's within a certain tolerance. So termite free, digital foundation, sprinkler, and then we do thermal scans of the walls as well. We are a one-stop shop. We offer phase inspections, phase 1, phase 4, before the slab gets poured, phase 2, drywall before the sheetrock goes up. Each of those are $275 starting. If I'm getting steady flow from the realtor, I'll keep it a flat rate at $275. If not, it goes up $15 every 500 square feet. Septic and well reads $225, sewer scope $225, and then full installs $125. We also have a pay at closing option for the client. So on the back of this guy right here, not everybody has the funds or wants to come out of pocket anymore during a big transaction like this. So we give the client the opportunity to roll their inspection fees over to their closing costs. We go all the way down to Galveston. Well, here that's not that far, but we go to Galveston. We go.
Bless you too, baby.
Yeah,
I feel you.
all the way up to Livingston, Baytown, Katy, and everything in between, and sometimes beyond. And we do not charge a trip charge. We do not charge for multiple stories. We also offer a 10% discount for veterans, first responders, and teachers. We can also deliver the report in Spanish. Yeah, and we love what we do. I mean, what sets us apart, over 40 years in the industry, I have 2 other inspectors right now. I'm looking for my 3rd. Our free services, our pay at closing option, and we love what we do, like I said. So we can people that wake up happy tend to do a better job. So any questions?
2 things I love about him. One, he's having a baby, so we got to see it.
Thank you.
But anyway, the other part is, oh, look at Ozzy leaving. That boy never sits in my class. I swear I'm a kid. Anyways, his digital foundation level, because guys, so many times you get, and we're going to get to the inspection report, and I'll show you that. They're going to say refer. If he says refer, he's already done the preliminary measuring that your foundation people are going to do. So if he's telling you to refer, we probably got some issues as opposed to, hey, we might, I don't know, it just gives you a little bit more solid feeling that I need to go to somebody that I know is not just going to, I hate Atlas. I mean, they do a good job, but I've never one time in my career heard them, when they came out, they said, we need perimeter piers. Really? Every house on the face of the planet in Houston needs perimeter piers? That's what they, every single time. So yeah, I was always like, oh God, refer, but I don't want to call Atlas because they're going to tell me we do and we may not. You know what I mean? So it's a really sticky with. I love that.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, buddy. Here's our one sponsor today, and it'll be here shortly. So
Thank you.
thank you much. All right. Let's rock and roll. All right. On our closing disclosure, blah, blah, blah. This is what they get up front. How much the loan amount is, what the rate's expected, what that P&I is going to be, prepayment penalty. Is it a balloon? Breaks down what their note's going to be. Is it a 1 to 30? Golly, hey, this is really okay. 1 to 30 years, or how many years? Is it going to be an ARM? How are we breaking it out? What's the estimated insurance and taxes? This is where somebody needs to find out if we're in a flood zone, because insurance is going to eat their lunch, right? And then what the estimated closing costs are going to be, so they can get an idea of how much do I have it? Do I need to get it? Do I need to get it from my 401k? Do I need to get a gift? How is this going to work? How am I going to get all that money together? So, how many of you all have your people sit with a lender before you go show them? Would you ever show them one house and then have them sit with a lender? Wouldn't? I would 100% of the time. And I'll tell you why. And I'm not telling you you're doing wrong or do it different. I'm just gonna give you my side, okay? Because I don't want to lose that person because they haven't had time to talk to someone. I'll show them one so I can get in front of you and I can connect with you, right? And then I encourage them why I don't want them to get set and break their heart on, I can't sell you, you can sell on a dream home, but I can't ever find you what you want, right? You know what I mean? But I've seen too many people lose that person because they just wanted to see a house and no, they weren't approved. They don't get it. Let's don't try to convince them that on the phone or an email or the internet. How about I'm going to get in front of you and talk to you? Let's do it face to face. I'm going to show them one, and I would clearly tell them that when I'm there, hey, we're not going to look at any more because I don't want us to get set on something that I can't. Then we're going to waste all our time trying to find you something we're never going to want. So, but you do as you want. That's just my take on that. That I would at least, I don't want to lose that particular opportunity just because, you know, I think it's, but again, do you is what you got to do. So, how many of you have a lender on speed dial? Makes me better. Absolutely, because if we're out there on the weekend, and it better be the person that's getting answer on the weekend. Don't think that crap they aren't. I mean, at the end of the day, because if you're going to go show them, and you're only going to show them if they're approved, I need to have somebody that can tell me on Saturday, this person can go look. Otherwise, what am I waiting till Monday? They're going to go find somebody else. I'm not losing my business because of that. Okay, sorry. Went left. If we've already covered all this, this is a breakdown. You have to do all the other documents. Good to go, good to go, good to go. Why is that in there 3 times? Okay. This is really a little bit of information that they get that explains to them about their loan and how it's structured. Is it going to be assumable? Is there a demand feature? So let's say that your homeowner decides they want to just move out and lease the property, right? Well, their loan might not allow for that, right? So if that's the case, and the mortgage company finds out, they could be in default, right? If you've heard what a wrap is, that's where you sell your house and you finance it to that person and they pay you and you pay the lender. It's called a wrap. Most loans don't allow for that anymore. That's why we had crazy stuff happen in the 80s. You know, bless you. Most of us weren't even born in the 80s, damn it. I didn't realize that, but it was ugly back then, just so y'all know. But at the end of the day, those things can happen. They could be a breach of contract, basically. And the lender could call the note, basically, and say, sorry, you got to pay it in full right now, right here, right? And if they find out they've got a tenant in it, they will freeze those payments and say, those payments now have to go to the lender. Because you are not a property, you can't property manage it. So they become the property manager. So if you hear anybody trying to do that, make sure, like if we're just going to lease our house out, let's just make sure their guidelines fit that so that they can lease and buy. Many of them do, but some of them don't. So just be careful so you don't get them in a spot because then they got, we're stuck, right? It talks about late payments, how much they'll be. Is it going to, when it'll be in effect? Is it 15 days? Is it 30 days? They tell them when they're going to put it on the credit if they don't pay on time and how to talk to them all about it. This talks about their total payments. That was the number that everybody's terribly afraid of. I try to, when you go to closing and they say, when you pay out all with your interest, it's going to be, and the people are going to go like that, right? Back in my day, it was a $100,000 house and this number is 25. What am I paying for what? I'm down. Don't freak out. You know, you have to make them understand. I get this. I get this. I get you. So then we explain to them, you know how you can solve that? You make 2 extra payments a year. Principal and interest, not taxes and interest, principal and interest, right? We can do that with tax returns. You reduce that note of 30 years down to 16. Right, man, instead of getting a 15-year note, they can self-manage, right? So this year I can't do that. Okay, so we're going to do it 70, but they can take and pay that extra principal and interest payment, 2 of them a year, and self-reduce way down. So don't let them say, this is all interest. That's why the number's ugly. Here's how we fix this. You know you get a bonus, Joe. Once a year. Principal and interest. We're not talking about the whole note here. That's not taxes and insurance, just P&I. that part, okay, title commitment. Schedule A is the facts. It's who, what, when, where, how, wow, all that kind of stuff. B is all the buyer notifications. C is what has to be clear to close, basically. Schedule C, that's the first thing I go to look at. I mean, I read it all. I want to make sure the names and everything are right. But I want to know what's got to happen before we can close the loan. And D is any disclosure of ownership, premium breakdown, and interested parties. Here we go. Come on. Oh, so there's your lunch. Okay. Let's get ready to show you mineral rights. Mineral rights have been removed from conveyance a long time ago. When I sell you this property, you don't have the mineral rights to it, right? Those of you that have not taken a legal one class yet, water rights are becoming ever an issue, right? You have to have a real estate license in the state of Texas to negotiate water rights. So in some cases, in tracts of land, people are exempting the water rights. So if there's an aquifer or some kind of water source down here in the land that the homeowner has, they're saying, hey, I want to keep my water rights. So we're going to exclude that because I'm going to sell that water rights to this county next door because they're always in the ground. So that will be something that I think it's just starting, but I think we're going to see that happen more and more often in the future. Mineral rights being accepted or exempted, excuse me. I'm going to get to our Schedule A. Okay, so Schedule A. This is where it tells you, whoops, Cindy Lou, you went the wrong way. Who's in the policy? Who's the insured? What's the policy amount? What's the title policy amount? Who's the borrower? Who's the lender? Who's the binder? It lists every part of the transaction. Interest in the land is covered by this, and it's fee simple. So this basically has the lot and block, the legal description, whatever it is, meets and bounds, however it's described. It clearly breaks down who the parties are to the transaction. And then we go to Schedule B. These are exclusions, conditions, and stipulations. So this is where they would list HOA docs, right? Whatever. Let's say there's some kind of exclusive restriction on a drainage ditch or an easement or something because of a development. Anything that's happening to this dirt that's got some type of attachment to it. Homestead, community property, survivor rights, anything. So let's say if it had survivorship rights, maybe there was a person that has died, but they're heirs to the property. All these things are going to be listed in Schedule B. They tell you where what the standby fees are, what the taxes are, any terms and conditions of the documents and the interest in the land, exceptions to coverage in our contract where we put those over the boundary coverages things, right? But we always check those boxes. Get your buyer those boundary coverages, period. Because if something comes up down the road, we have that on there. They're protected and it's covered. But this explains about that. If we were not going to get those, it would tell us here. We would have shortages, potentially shortages in area and so forth. I'm going to get through this. I'm going to let you get your lunch in just 1 second. I know this is boring. I see all your faces. Don't shoot me. I see it. I hate it. I told Heidi this morning, God, that class. And as soon as I did it, I just asked one of the brokers where I'm teaching in August, said, could you please pick a class for August? He comes back to this, and I'm like, why did I ask? Okay, fine, I'll do it. Anyways, it's important, and I don't mean to downplay this. It's just all the stuff that we are not the experts at, but we have to understand, and they're important. Now, I do want to say one more thing. Stay in your lane, right? I'm going to tell you what I know, but if you have a question, talk to your inspector. Talk to your title partner, talk to your lender, talk to your surveyor, right? This is what I can tell you about it, but that's their job. That's what they're licensed or designed to do. So that's who I would refer to. You're the central resource person. Get me Schedule C. There it is. All right, this is what's got to happen so it can close. It'll list mortgages. It'll list divorces. It'll list if there's a bunch of heirs, we're going to have to get documents from anything that's got to transpire before we can take title and take it from this person to give it to this person. This is what This is where it's listed in Schedule C, no matter what it is. It'll list the paying off the previous loan to the seller, because that would have to happen before title would be ready. If there's anything there's any litigation pending on the lawsuit, they would talk about that, and those kind of things would have to be addressed. Like say there was a probate, it was a probated property. It's going to list all the stuff in the probate court attached to it. All that stuff would have to be cleared before it could be conveyed. Important information: notice of new federal regulation that may affect your transaction. Closing cannot proceed unless all information required to complete the mandatory reporting is provided and certified to the title agent to enable the agent to make the mandatory reporting. And this is where it comes in, FinCEN, right? What FinCEN is the rule pause, but what they're tracking is. Everybody seen, you seen the RIP because we talked about it at lunch, but anybody else seen the RIP? It's a movie with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, and it's a true story about down in Miami and drug lords. And one of the things that they do is they buy up parts of neighborhoods, right? So that this is just like their stash house or say whatever, and there's no people around them, right? So they just buy up all the houses in the cul-de-sac. In the movie, they reference, oh, this must be one of those neighborhoods that the gangs have been buying up. And the way they do that is with cash, right? So what FinCEN is trying to do is document where is that cash coming from. So your cash transactions are going to come with a little bit of other documentation. And that's what this is saying here. At this point, we need to make sure that this is legit, right? So we're not taking laundered drug money or armed money or something like that and terrorist money and buying property. And it just talks about the deed that has to be recorded. And this basically just says these are all the steps they have to in order to I'm glad that was on there. See what it says, the last line? Subject to review of the T47. So the seller has given them a T47 on that survey. And this says, well, we got to review it. And we'll let you know if it's okay. So they might not say it's okay. Here's one of the big things that's changed with our surveys is if the buyer does not get a new survey and something comes up, let's say they're doing some of this discovery and they find out, hey, wait a minute, there's this new lawsuit or this new thing that's been filed of record and it's going to affect the back area of the property or the easement or whatever it would be. And they find it out some other part and they didn't get the survey, then they don't have the right to object or back out because they lost that option because they didn't get the survey and the survey would have told them that. Title is going to come up with the information, but it doesn't affect title. It affects the survey where you would have known that they would lose that option to back out. So I'm a big fan of getting a survey. Please get a survey. Please. All right, we're going to Schedule D and then you're doing your lunch. Here we go. As to each commitment for title insurance, this is the issuing company, First National Title Company, talks about the shareholders of the company, who they are, the officers of the title company. This is basically who they are that's writing you the insurance. The directors, what your title premium is for, who it gets paid to, the amount, owner's policy, loan policy, endorsements. Endorsements would be like those shortages or overages and value coverage and stuff like that. And then here's what the total policy fee is. Deletion of arbitration provision. Arbitration, can somebody tell me what that is? Dispute resolution, right? Basically. So in most of our stuff, we have to go to some type of arbitration before we go on radio. That's basically, if we had a conflict or there was a problem or something happened with title insurance, we are going to go, your client is going to go to an attorney, right? Blah, 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 we're going to tap out, they're going to do their thing. But the first step would be a mediation or arbitration before they would actually go to, that's what the court would have to do. So it would be a litigation type thing. I see our one of our final sponsors coming in. I'm going to finish this. I'm going to let them talk and then you can have your lunch. This talks about the purpose of the notice. It's basically disclosure. It's disclaimer. So you can know what the title is and how it's affected. I can't tell you how many times I've seen people that are BizBos. Oh, we don't have to get title insurance. Let's just go ahead and you sell it to me. That's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life, but it happens. For sale by owners, greater than 50% of them go to some type of litigation, whether it's just a demand letter from an attorney or something post-closing, because sellers do not realize what they're required to disclose. And the buyer gets in there and go, hello, Houston, we got problems with this place. Why didn't you tell me about that? And the seller's like, I didn't know I had to tell you about that. Well, yeah, you're supposed to tell me about it. I'm your attorney now, right? So, and that happens in greater than 50%. It's a good book to use if you want to market for this book. It's going to protect you. See all these things you're supposed to disclose? Don't focus on the disclosure with that. That water disclosure confuses you lost. Big time. And we have a new water class, and I forgot where I've got it on the books, but I have it for 1 hour lunch and learn. If you deal with property that it's going to affect, please come get clear on how that document is supposed to be used. We are going to, this is it. Yep. Oh, okay. Sorry. One more thing. This talks about their affiliated business arrangements. I'm going to give you an example. When you go to new construction, right? You've got the builder and the lender and the title. That's an affiliated business arrangement. We have a partnership. We work with these people, and you're getting a discounted price because it's a bulk thing. So they're talking to you about their affiliated business or relationships with whoever they might be, whichever particular type of company, which they'll say, hey, we have an affiliated business relationship with X, Y, Z. So you know who is part of their partnership as well. And wire fraud. Wire fraud. Good God Almighty. Please, 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 God, if you're really careful with this part. Scams and wire frauds are just abundant. And a lot of the title companies are going to really need protection for buyers to protect them from fraud. Most again, I'm a big fan of it because it is. I have a dear friend.
Apps and all that now, which is good.
Yes.
It's a good, mine's do seem to block a little bit, but I said, let's for your protection.
You know that it is.
It's secure.
100%. 100%.
Once you say that,
They get it, right. I had a broker, dear friend of mine, paid her house, was paid off, in full, beautiful. Deputies came with guns, he had heard her son in 20 minutes, and they're stuck to get out. Never got it back. Never got it back. Had an agent on the north side that friend of hers called her and said, hey, I didn't know you're selling your house. And this was just recently, the last few months. Said, I'm not. She said, it's listed. So it can happen. I think we're still okay. Carlos, come do you, baby. Then we're gonna get some lunch.
Everybody.
Oh, before he steps up, I'm gonna introduce him while he's doing that. You all know that my daughter just bought a house, am I right? And she bought a house because of him. Because of him. Because without what he did, none of the rest of it could have happened. She had scores of 540, 550. Their normal time is about 90 days. In 60 days, their scores between 715 and 745. Not kidding you, this is their norm. And what they do is not the way everybody else does it. They go to the credit bureau's boss. And that's why they're able to expedite all these things and get them done.
I can add to it too. My son right now is going to close next month.
See? Amen, right?
We love that. We love that.
Thank you. Do your thing, boy. Good to see you,
Nice.
Jordan.
How are you? Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Some of you I know, some of you will meet for the first time. My name is Carlos Berrios. I own Berrios Multi-Services and All-Purpose Financial Solutions. That is Miss Alexa, my one of my partners. Normally, my partner Wellington is the one that comes up here and gives a little speech. Mine's is a little bit different, so I kind of get right to the point. Right, so little backstory. In 1998, I was recruited from the car business to come into the mortgage business as a mortgage processor. So I started my career processing mortgages, learning what paperwork needed to send over to the underwriter. 2 years from there, I was recruited by a company called WAMO. Those of you who've been around for a long time in the industry will understand. Washington Mutual. So where I became a junior underwriter. So from there now, I'm looking at what the bank needs to get a client approved for a mortgage. So fast forward from there, I go off on my own. I open up a broker shop in Orlando, Florida in 2005, the worst year to do that, because in 2008, housing market crashed.
So when the housing market crashed, I was left with thousands and thousands of cases of clients who could not get approved short sales for refis. They just didn't know what to do. So I started to master how to reconstruct a client's credit profile to meet underwriting values. Rather than guesstimating what needs to be done, all right, let's figure out what's the loan coverage. And then from there, let's look at the credit profile. Let's reconstruct it to meet those guidelines. Rather than just, let's delete some items, let's take away some late payments. Let's figure out how do we get to the closing table. Because I needed to do this for all my realtors now, all the so all the folks that were conducting business with us. Fast forward to 2026, for 26 years of doing this, we kind of figured out the formula of how to get this done and how to get it done quickly. So pricing, time frame, that's usually the number one questions. I charge $1 million per case. That's why we make a lot of money. As far as pricing, so we are affordable. And what I do is we customize. So nothing is, in fact, it could be custom. No one case is fixed. So if I have a client that has one collection and I have a client that's got 4 repossessions, obviously I can't charge them the same. Time frame is not going to be the same. We also do the option of pre-evaluation. You get a client that just has, hey, I just need a late payment. We can customize the credit repair plan based on what the needs and wants of the client. Now, we got a client that doesn't have any credit at all, and now they need to build credit. We offer builder credit programs. We educate them. And because I am from London, I'm going to speak to them the same exact way you do. In some cases, a little bit more in depth because we're speaking to them how to get to a loan approval. So we're definitely not credit repair guys at all. There's nothing categorizing as a credit repair. Loan approval discussions. There's licensing. We're still a licensed loan originator here in the state of Texas. I'm no longer because I'm no longer doing loans, but for about 12 years I was. So the knowledge is still there. So when we take care of your clients, we're looking for them to get close. So I'm not looking to stretch out the time frame and get them to an 800 because I don't even worry about it 800. You're worried about, can we get them to the clean and close? Can we get them loan approval? So we do that first. If the client decides they want to move forward and they'd like to get the credit secured and take it to the next level, absolutely, we will help them with that process. But truly what we're here for is to get your clients to the closing table. My normal cost, our starting package is $750. Our highest package is $2,000. And I'm talking to somebody who's got student loans, repossessions, evictions, everything under the sun. We do payment plans. I try not to put anyone on a payment plan because let's keep it real. If you are in credit restoration, it means that you don't do well with payment plans. So the unfortunate part about what I do when I do offer a payment plan is they will default with me maybe 8% of the time. So we try to get the clients to pay up front because once we put them on a payment plan, now you're going to wait 4 or 5 months before we have to close it. And I don't think you want to wait 5 months. So what I tell everyone is educate your client. If they're in a situation and they're looking to get credit restoration to get a loan, it's an investment. It's an investment that if they'd like to get the house now, we have to do it now. If not, then, we'll wait till you can afford to fix your credit and then from that point, the closing, whatever it happens. But we are here to try to speed that process up. I look at a lot of loans that have been turned down, and I'm realizing they did not need to be turned down. It's just the loan originator or the person didn't understand credit. There's a lot of times that paying off $1,000 off a person's credit can be the difference between them getting some closing people or not. But we're too keyed in on a score rather than a credit process. And you have to understand that as an underwriter and as a junior underwriter and a processor, we didn't worry about a score at all when it came to approval process. What the score meant was what kind of interest rate you have. I'm looking at profile. That's the 100%. I'm not worried about the score at all. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't have 100% financing with 580. So it's not about score, but profile. Can the person prove that they can pay a loan within time? Do they have the profile set up that way? And if they don't, then it's time to educate them on the process of how that's supposed to look like. So when we present it to a lender, it's an automatic approval. So we're kind of like a lawyer. And the lender is the judge. What do we have to do? I have to create a case that I can present so we can get the yay and nay. And that's ballpark what we do. Does anyone have any questions for me? I think I'm pretty thorough on
how I explain it. It doesn't leave too many questions, but if anyone has any questions as far as a specific client that you had, I'm gonna be here. I know you guys were about to eat, so I'll hang out for a little while. We can speak individually. Let me know if you yourself are in a situation. Know that we do offer 50% off for any real estate agent or any loan originator that needs our services. Just one thing, if you're a loan originator, you're a real estate agent, you can't have that credit. You can't have that credit. We're gonna educate you. You're gonna get mad at your client not get approved,
Right.
when you can't get approved yourself. Let's be real. So it's important to partner up. When I was in the industry back in the day, you know, it was very different, very different. They had social media. We used to handwrite applications, penalties, and what have you. We knew that I knew that if I partnered with every player in the transaction, loan originator, real estate agent, title, if I had all those folks underneath my belt, I not only had lead banks, but I was able to provide my clients a one-stop shop feel. So as a real estate agent, you should have about at least 3 loan officers. Yeah, so looking for the same client. Just like you should also have about 3 insurance agents underneath your belt. Again, all looking for the same identical client, but now you have help in your canvassing. You have help with partnering up and help with marketing material. A lot of times when I come in with a title company or with an insurance company, they're helping sponsor them. And a lot of times you can't market because the money's not there. But what if you partner up with the right person that says, you know what, I've got it. Why don't I put you on my flyer? And now we have a loan originator / realtor flyer, which is mind blowing that I don't see that. I have yet to see a flyer that has one side realtor, one side loan originator, which tells me a lot of real estate agents and loan originators are just not partnering up with each other. And then lastly, everyone's got to have a better fair person because no, you tell the customer no, really? No, you can't buy. What's you can't buy? You can't buy now. That's what nobody know. No, it's not now, but let me educate you on what you need to do. So we can get you. It's called building a pipeline, guys. So if I'm talking to a client right now, and I know 4 or 5 months from now, I know 4 or 5 months from now, I got closings coming. So let me keep building those because those 4 or 5 months are going to come in. So if you concentrate on your now business and your later business, there will be no such thing as a slow one. Realistic.
Amen to that.
That's all I got, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, you guys eat 20 minutes. Go ahead, get your food, 20 minutes, okay? Take a break. Y'all are far too quiet for me today. I can't do it.
Yeah, you take it live, man.
We got to get energy, baby.
Close the views and post the reels.
Right?
That's what you got to get some music going.
In the zip code, the county closed in the last 30 days. Right. And divide the active listings by the closed.
Are you serious?
Okay, that would complete 2. So then
When,
what did with the selling?
yes. Yeah, no, yeah, that's all. That's
Perfect. That's right. Right, that's right. That's what I'm saying, like on the boulevard, it's boom, 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 right on one street. You know?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah.
Trey, the microwave right there.
Selling anything on that?
I am. I got one in Briar Forest. It should be in $5. I don't know. I'll send it to you. I need it like close. Yes.
I'm still in one because you have some more weeks, great hours.
They don't have to leave San Antonio, but if you know anybody in San Antonio. No, I got 2 clips over there that I ended up having to turn into holes. Now they're in my book. I'll send you our horse here in the middle.
Yeah.
If you're down, I got the lockbox and you can see it. I need to sign it. For our horse, that's what we're continuing to get.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, just leave this nation.
I got you. Yeah.
I'm gonna give it 30 numbers because I'll have to.
Look who is here.
What's
How are
up?
we doing? Oh my, I got you.
There they go.
How are you?
Great.
Thank you. I know, it's been a hot minute. Hot.
Oh.
That too. Yeah. How's it going? Yeah. Which one? Oh, just going over the documents, what they need.
What it takes on another one, not really engaged, keeping it alive here. I can we'll start dancing in a few minutes.
You okay? You need anything?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Start at the form.
Yeah, so. Right. Okay.
I'm like, I'll take.
You being here?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you a lot of this because of you. I really appreciate that. I love that you're moving on, but I hate that you're.
I'm gonna still keep them.
No, for sure. We're partnering up with all of you.
Whatever it is you want. She wants to write it, get it certified for it. So they can credit. Yes. Credit. There you go. she wants to, whatever it is, she can do to make it happen. You tell me what you. Yeah, because that's one more thing, what you do is a little bit different, they need the whole.
Yeah.
Shebang. Yeah, exactly.
We have a whole presentation.
I figured you did, that's what I figured, so, let's get that rock and rolling there, I mean, we're trying to get it.
It's needed. And
It is needed,
It has been needed for a long time.
Yeah.
We're doing it now.
Yeah, a lot of language, yeah, oh, man, they need, right, sure.
I started this with cars. I was.
Yeah. Oh, for the wall. Yeah. Jeez.
You're such a.
Right. Yeah, so, yeah. Right. And get your license. But they need this right. Did you pass the test? Oh, now what do I do? Yeah, that's good. Okay. How do I make money? What do I get a lead? What do I do with it? How do I write a contract? Yeah, okay. It's like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we're gonna be putting that class together.
Say they just give you the information to be able to pass it. But not how we.
How do you like your job? One side. I'll let you know.
Guys, it looks like everybody's got their lunch and you're back at your tables. I'm gonna go ahead and get us moving forward. Come on up here, baby girl. Let me tell you how much I love First American Title. As I just said, my daughter just closed the loan, right? What I said to the agent up front. I'm not gonna pick which real estate office or title company office you want. As far as location, I'll work with you there, but it is going to be First American Title. And that was not non-negotiable. And she did try to come back to me and say, okay, great, if your buyer wants that, then that she could pay. No, hell no. No, we ain't trying. Don't give me that. The buyer can pay for it if that's what they want. Who's the policy for? It's for the buyer. Does it affect the seller? It does not. Has nothing to do with it. All it has to do, I literally came down into arguing with her. I said, look, I get if you want to take it to your buddy. I've been out with Chevette and Patrick and Sharon, and I love them, Dana. I love them all. There's a reason. Tell them what the reason is.
We have so many locations. We offer, most of our escrow officers will travel. So even if there is a Pearland one, a Friendswood one, a Leaf City, we have so many different locations that we offer to go to, and I will travel along with our other escrow officers. So I think convenience is one of the biggest things that we offer at First American. So if you just
Bye guys.
if you use us, you'll know us, and having that backing of being able to always, no matter what, be able to pick up the phone and talk to us. It doesn't matter even if you don't have the contract with us. You can always reach us and ask us questions, even if it's at another title company. We're not going to, we understand that you're not going to always be able to have us and choose us, but that doesn't mean that we still can't offer our assistance or guidance with you or for you when you're at another title company. So even if you have a question on the survey, or you even have a question on the commitment, you can always reach out to any of us and just say, hey, I'm struggling with this and I really don't understand it. This is what they're telling me. Send us an email of what they're asking of you, and then we'll kind of break it down with people. But so we do offer in Pearland. I am from the Pearland location. And so we have 3 escrow officers there at Pearland: Gus Hernandez, myself, Alicia Sattler, and Lori McDowell. So all 3 of us are there. We travel several, sometimes we even travel to the actual home and do a closing of that particular home if that's what's best. We do offer For our sellers, the Ron Notary. I don't know if anybody's ever been able to take advantage of that, but it is super convenient. Our sellers are really starting to love it because they can still be packing up. They don't have to get dressed up. They don't have to leave, and they're just gonna simply get on with the laptop or phone and do their docs, and on they go about their business. Usually I will try to close the seller. If they're going to close via Ron, I'll try to close them the day before because there is an authentication that they do. And sometimes the questions will get a little bit tricky. So I try to get them the day before. That way, if there's any issues, we can set up a notary on the day of closing. And that way, on the day of closing, we're not scrounging, trying to figure out what we're going to do, what we're going to do. So I'll try to get the sellers to sign the day before and then have the buyers sign on actual closing day. But we do have the Pearland location. We have our Friendswood location that is a satellite office. We are trying to grow that one a little bit more. So love the business out there. And then of course we have League City. So we're kind of all around here. And like I said, we're usually good with traveling. So put us down on your next listing and kind of see what we're all about.
We forgot one more thing that I want to talk about. That's okay. And it's
Ignite RE.
Yeah, that too. Ignite RE it's an amazing come on, you know, program so they can help you grow your business. There's an immense amount of information there, marketing and so forth.
One-stop shop. Truly it is.
But what they have now is owner's coverage. So when the buyer signs, they have that. I was talking about fraud. My friend that lost her house, right? And this was the primary reason. I'm like, this is not going to happen for my daughter. Nobody's going to do this. So when she closed instantly, for the life of the time she owns that house, she has fraud protection. Anytime anybody files anything of record, she's instantly going to get an email. There's no way they're going to be able to take that property. When the deed filed, she said, "Hey mom, it worked. You're right. I just got it. The deed has been filed." So you will get notification. That's going to prevent all this fraud crap because we were talking about M&M liens earlier, right? They can go over to the county, and does the county clerk know whether they really could put that M&M lien? Did they really do work on the house? No, they don't. It's not their job to figure it out. They don't have to. People can go file things of record fraudulently, and there's nothing you can do about it. That clerk does not have to vet that filing. What I'm getting at, basically. So all these things can be filed, and shady stuff can happen. You can lose a home. They give that to them free. It's part of the closing. When you close, it is part of it. So that's how you argue. And tell that listing agent that wants to have your buyer pay for it. Hey, guess what? You might want to do this for your seller because you're probably selling them a home. Let me help you out, guys. Make this service for your clients because this is huge. And it is the more the internet, all them crazy fools out there that spend all that energy doing bad stuff. I wish they do good stuff with it because I can't imagine what would be accomplished. But they're shady, and they're just getting smarter and more of them to figure out how to hack in and do bad things. So we got to, in our industry, be alert on those things so we can protect our people. And this is one of the ways. And it's free. Free.
Yep.
So is that first?
That is only for customers.
Well, my point is, why do I have to use your title company? What is the reason? I can appreciate why that's your buddy. You go out to dinner with, and I get it, and guess what? I love her too. But right now, this isn't about my best friend out there to business. This is about the financing transaction.
Yeah.
And this is the coverage. And by the way, you might want to do it for your seller if he's buying it, because it'll give them protection.
How many people have closed with First American? Has anybody? Okay, so you're kind of familiar. We have our portal that we use. Okay, so it's for the agents and it's for the clients. So it's a kind of the same thing, but after closing now, we transfer them to what is called our owner's portal. And so once they start going on the owner's portal is where it's going to give them that option. And as long as they register, it is the same email and username to what they had been using when they were just prospective clients. Now they are actually the owners. It's the same email, same username, but now it has the benefit of every time something is filed against them, it's going to alert them no matter what it is. And so like she said, there's nothing wrong with if you're getting AC work or a new roof or putting in a pool with that particular subcontractor, they'll put a lien on the property. That is just their assurance that y'all don't go do any, or your clients don't go do anything or sell the home without their knowledge and without them getting paid. But
previously, nobody ever knew. And a lot of times contractors don't let the owners know, hey, I'm gonna go file this with the county. So there's no problem with it. Just as easy as it was filed, once the service is done and paid, the release needs to go get filed.
Right.
And so now you as an owner or your clients as an owner now have that step ahead and they know to go and file, go back with the contractor and say, you need to go file that release. We're all settled up and everything's been paid. So.
Because they couldn't convey title if they went to sell it.
That's right.
But that's still sitting there. And just say this guy had died or we don't know where he is. How are we going to get a release?
Right. So a lot of times, people, sorry.
That's
A
all
lot
right,
of times people didn't know that the subcontractors had put anything down on the property when they were putting the pool in or doing the roof. And so it's been, now they're 20 years later trying to refinance or sell. They have no idea where that contractor is. They're long gone. They're in another state or they passed away. Now you're trying to find a release from who? So having this extra, exactly. So having this extra sense of security and like she said, it is free. There is no monthly, there is no annually. It is completely something that we are providing.
Thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And it's yearly.
Yeah.
It's perpetual fee.
As long as your client owns the home, it is a service that First American is providing to them. Once they sell it, then of course it's not, if they come back to First American, we'll give it to the new.
Now, what did she say? Not for as long as the mortgage was, for as long as they own the home.
Yes, as long
So
as
if
they
the
own the
mortgage
home.
gets paid off, this still stays in place, right?
100%.
And that's when we really want it, because we got to pay in full home. Folks
Yes.
want to get that baby and
That's
sell it
when the
behind you.
fraudsters are.
That's, you got it. They look for those first.
Yeah.
So how it works whenever you have a house that is for sale only for investors, that, because I get those calls all the time, like, I buy it cash, deal, blah, 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 but we have to use my title.
I would say I understand that you're comfortable with your title company. However, I have to look out for my investor, your client, and First American offers A, B, and C, and that's kind of where we're wanting to go. I mean, ultimately, it is the seller's decision, but you can at least fight back a little bit. Oh, yeah.
Right? Okay.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Fighting with them, and then I'm like, well, my seller expense per time. Okay, it's cheap.
Exactly, and you do. Ultimately, the seller, if they are, that is ultimately what can.
Yeah.
I would just say to listing agents, if you have a buyer's agent coming to you, and that's their reasoning, open your mind. Help everybody in the transaction. Be realistic, because this is just starting. So a lot of folks don't know it. So if they come to you and say, this is why I want to, how about we explain it to the seller? Just say, look, this is probably, I know we were going to go here, but listen, this is a good, warm and fuzzy. And this is before we start negotiating repairs, right? So look how we as a listing agent went ahead and said, hey, we'll go ahead, we understand, we're glad to help you out.
Yeah.
I'm always a fan of being the one that gives first. Because if I give first, that means I get that pass. Right? You on the good foot.
Yeah.
Say. Thank you, baby.
All right. Yeah.
All right,
Well,
let's
have
roll.
fun. I'm gonna head out for closings. I'm gonna leave some of my cards back here.
Okay, who could tell me what a deed is, the difference between a deed and a note? What is the deed? Correct. That's right. And the note is the money. That's exactly right. These are lengthy documents. We're going to look at them in raw, they're probably 40, 50 pages. So I'm not going to read everything here in these 40 to 50 pages. We're going to get the idea of what the product is about. We're going to talk about, he talks to the borrower, the lender, the trustee. Who's the trustee? What is a trustee in a situation? How is that person used? If they foreclose, if the lender has to foreclose, the trustee is the person that's named up front, right? This is the trustee. So if someone has to foreclose, it's the trustee that takes on that foreclosure. So that's why they're named up front in this part. The note is the promissory note, and it has a date. Talks about how much it is and what it includes. Riders to the note would be like if it was an adjustable rate, maybe it was in a PID or a PUD or condo development, if there are any type of additional documents that are attached to that note, it'll be described here. Applicable law. This means any controlling of applicable federal, state, and local statutes, regulations, ordinances, zoning, everything apply to that property. And these are the things that if you goof up, that they could call the note on, right? So this, what this document explains out in here is clearly, this is what it is. This is your deed. These are all the rules that come with it. These are the things that are attached to it and the guidelines you have to follow. And if you don't, it sets forth what happens if you don't. And that is default, breach, community association. What is default? When you don't do what this document says you're supposed to do, you're in default. And if you're in default, they can call your note. Like I said, renting out earlier. Talks about electronic signatures, escrow items, what's included in escrow, what the loan is, who the loan servicer is. Now, the loan servicer, ABC loan did the loan, right? But typically they don't hold it. There are very few companies that maintain and service their own. Bank of Texas does. They service like 98% of their loans. But most lenders, we do it and we do the loan, then it gets packaged and it gets sold out in the secondary market and somebody else services that loan. So like Seth Saldivar did my daughter's loan, but Plains Commercial Bank is the servicer. They're the ones that provided the money and they're the ones that are going to do the follow-up on the loan docs and handle, receive the mortgage and so forth. Okay, where are we here? Talks about rights, what the warrants are, the covenants, and what you agree to. And this also talks about like the HOA docs, where you've got rules, right? This says here's your loan and your note. And this property sits in this, and it also comes with these encumbrances and these rules and these guidelines. So all of these things, based on where that piece of dirt is, are attached to your property, and these are the guidelines you have to follow. How you pay your payment, where you can pay it, whether they take partial payments, where they take lump sum, if they have a prepayment penalty. Most do not have a prepayment penalty. We don't want one that has any type of non-allowance of a prepayment, because that's where we want to pay ahead so we can pay it off quicker, right? What your escrow requirements are, what's supposed to be in there. When you don't own if you own less than 20% of the property, you must escrow for taxes and insurance. But if you own 20% or greater, you do not have to escrow for taxes and insurance. I would always recommend people do, because I don't want you to be at the end of the year and see a spot. When we crashed in 2008, there was a loan product out there that was called an 80/20 loan. So they did the whole entire loan on 80% of the price value, and they did a second lien on 20%. So they were signing two loan packages at closing, 80% and 20%. But it was technically 100% financing, right? Because it was at 80 and at 20. Because of that, many of those buyers elected not to escrow for taxes and insurance. When you don't escrow for taxes and insurance, you qualify for a little bit more. And it's just the way the crap got put together. But that's why we had a lot of foreclosure. First of all, these folks should not have been doing 100% financing. Second of all, they should not have been excluding taxes and insurance. And when it came due, they didn't have it. Well, they lost their homes. I know about a handful of people, personal friends that did that. It just broke my heart. And they just thought, hey, we can do it. We're going to get a bonus. He's going to get a raise. We're not going to worry about it. We'll just save the money up. We'll pay it. Really? If we remember that every month, you know, and they could, and many lost their homes. That's why that's important. Talks about any surplus and shortages and deficiencies in your escrow account. You got to remember, I said you got to have that 3 month, right? So if you're short, you're going to get a bill from your lender saying, hey, your escrow account's short. You need to give us a check for X, Y, Z. Or when they pay the bills at the beginning of the year and they realize, hey, they weren't as much as we thought. We've got extra money in here, more than three months. They can give you something. You can request that money back. Property insurance, please, please, please make sure they have the best coverage possible, because insurance, those high deductibles, it's crazy. I had somebody do one time where they were doing, oh, I forgot, she excluded everything under the sun just so she could qualify. So the insurance rate went down, so she could qualify for the mortgage. And idea was after closing, I'm gonna go back and get the right policy, right? So I have the good coverage. But they never ended up getting enough because you have to pay the difference in the policy I filed. I can't finance it. So they never had the cash to pay the difference. They didn't do it. I came through and they lost everything they had, even baby pictures from the children. I mean, literally wiped their home. So hate when they do that. I get why you do it, but if you ever let anybody do it, please make sure they fix that right after closing. Make sure they've got an ability or a way to do that so they don't get spun out to dry. We never know what's going to happen to this time. Look how far down I got to keep going. Insurance settlements, proceeds, how that gets paid, maintenance, property inspections. The lender can do inspections to the property to make sure it's in, not, you know, doing it become a lean-to or something like that. Or as application must be clean, can't be any things in there that are fraudulent. If they find that out afterwards, we're coming back for you. Basically, you're going to lose your house. How to avoid foreclosure. Most companies will foreclose, will start the foreclosure process at 90 days later, right? In this office, you have one of the best people out here for loss mitigation, and that's AC. She is a damn genius. So if you ever get a client that's at that situation, please contact her because I've seen her get somebody on a Saturday, and the foreclosure always the first Tuesday of the month, right? He's got them on a Saturday when the foreclosure day was on Tuesday. They stopped that foreclosure.
She was really good. She helped me with one of my investments like a month ago. Like I didn't even know it was a foreclosure and title found it and a lien on it that we didn't know about. We were supposed to close that next week. And then it was supposed to go to auction that week.
Right.
I was like, oh my God, what do I do? And I've dealt with it before. I called her. She got me an
Boom,
attorney.
boom. Just like that. Okay,
Yeah,
done.
it was just
Amazing. And there are a lot of, Harris County had 706 foreclosures in the month of June alone, just Harris County. So there are a lot out there. You guys are going to hear calls from that. You're going to get in that situation. Don't lose that client. Don't lose that deal. That's what all of this is about. Learning who your partners are in this industry. Who I can reach out to. Who can I call at any system? Because she would be hands down the person I would talk to always. I'll show it foreclosure. Ace Feeler.
Ace.
Okay. This just talks about your payment and how you pay it. Yeah, we talked about that. Settlement claims. This is if you have any type of damages from an opposing party. The property. Okay, if the borrower is in default, let's say that we're using the house for a drug place. We're making drugs, whatever we call that, right? Whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? What's it called? It's a lab? Is that the right word? Okay, whatever it is. It's a drug. They make a drug, right? It's illegal, so they can take your property because you're doing an illegal crime on the property. You set up a prostitution thing in your house. It's not illegal. We're not in Vegas, so they can take your house. I don't understand that, Vegas. Y'all understand Vegas?
Yeah.
Man, that's just like a job. I ain't playing with you. They get the. It's a job. I mean, okay, sorry. I'm not going to go through all of your deed, as I said, because I hope that you understand basically all of it is convey all the particulars that are attached to the property. You aren't responsible for learning this legal language. Lawyers do that. You just need to be knowledge enough to know what is its purpose. I can explain to you. This is all your guidelines for your note, your deed, your restrictions, your covenants, your encumbrances, and everything that comes with it when you own that dirt that sits at XYZ property on 123 Street, basically. Keep rolling through this part and get to the next document. You guys are going to shoot me. We'll never be out of here. I do want to say this though. When your client, if their client is going to do that mortgage structure, but they're going to make those principal and interest payments extra each year, you know, a couple times, please make sure that's a phone call to the mortgage company. Explain to them, don't just pay that money because they might apply it to a future payment. So we have to make sure they understand this is that case right there. I'm just saying there's that H, yeah, it's over here. There she goes. Anyways, we have to let them know I want this to be a project principal only. So that is a separate payment, not done regularly. It's a phone call, and that's how that gets handled. So that way it gets documented properly. This is the note. This is where it says this is the amount, this is the interest, this is the time and place of payments. We got to pay every month by a certain amount. And if we don't, that's what we owe. There's what the payments are. This is their right to prepay. These are the charges for the loan. If they're overdue, what it is, how default works, giving of notices. Okay, here's a really interesting thing. Okay, so they must, if they're going to foreclose on you, they must receive it 21 days before the foreclosure date. Bless you, sweetheart, bless you. So 21 days, right? So if for some reason you're finding a way to stall that transaction, you can do that by the client filing bankruptcy is one of them. I would like to do that, right? You could, I was able to stall a foreclosure 3 times with the contract. These people stayed in the house 18 months longer than this year with the contract, right? So I would get the contract to them and say, here you go, blah, 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 blah. Even if the lender said, because they can't take the time to review it, right? So we're going to review it. That removes that 21-day thing. So now now they've got to issue them another 21-day notice. So they have to take the time to review this, and then they bump out of this one. They'll still have 21 more days. They don't have time now, so you go to the next month or the next month. So it's a 21 days, and that is critical. And it's on date received, not the date they issued it. Generally, it comes with you have to sign for it. That's why. So they have a little green happening card. If it's still green, I don't know. So I'm not going to certain card. All right, survey. Oh boy. Hey, let's get this baby up here. I want you all to look at this survey and see if you could tell me anything on that survey plot that looks like it could be a problem.
Maybe the,
Excellent. Good job, guys. Last class I taught this, nobody saw it. I love that. It's barely, right? It's just a little hiccup. But if the utility companies had to come in, because that sits within the utility easement. See, UE, utility easement. It's an 8-foot easement. If that utility line happens to be there, they can just tear that on up and they do not have to fix it back. Period. So utility easement is here. The little hashtags, what are those? Fence line. That's a fence. If you got those little slashes on there, that means the fence is there. If there wasn't, it would just be a line. So the slashes mean there's a fence on the property line, right? And we can see that it sits right on the property line. If the fence was outside the property line, you'd see those little hashtags outside here. So you know, uh-oh, Bob and John put the fence back up, put a 12-pack and a pizza, and we ain't on the line, man. We got a problem, right? Setback line, the building line, see the 25-foot BL? Sometimes it'll say setback. It means you have to be back 25 feet from the street before you could start any part of the building. Not the driveway, but the building itself, right? We have side easements. It'll show you the dimensions. They will measure the exterior side of all the pieces and parts of where it is, right? Of the angles and so forth. What is different, though, is they're measuring the outside dimensions, bless you, right? The appraiser measures the inside dimensions. So remember that the true appraisal number is the appraiser's number because he's going digital inside, checking everything. The house I just sold my daughter. Let's just get how effed up this is. The tax records say it's 2664 square feet. MLS sheet said it was 3,050 for the seller, right? I was comfortable that I was walking that and it was more than 3,000 square feet, so I wasn't about the fuss. When the appraiser went out, it is 3,763 square feet. Show is. And so when I got that number, I'm like, I called Steph, and it was 8:39. I said, I do not care if you're at dinner. I don't care where you are. I am freaking out. You need to call me right now. I got 3 different numbers. How big is this damn house? I didn't know, right? And especially when it said relying on the seller, I'm like, hold up, there's 1,000, whatever. But he explained to me, it's the digital measure from the appraiser. That is the lock, stock, and barrel solid answer. So it can interestingly be different numbers, which really surprised me.
I'm sorry, I have a question.
Go for it, please do.
On that pool.
Yep.
Should that have been part of the inspector?
You know it. Yep. When the pool people put it in, they would have had to have a survey to be able to install it, right? That's part of that's why we know they're putting in a pool, block, or whatever. We got to have this. They can't do it as a contractor without a survey that belongs to the owner. It can't be the one that was transferred from X to Y. It has to be your ownership, right? So important. Yes, this was a flaw. Somebody blew it. And I'm really glad they did so I could show this in class. But at the end of the day, they did. They blew it, and they should have said, hey, hold up. Come back here and fix this, round this out, fix this. But, my guess is, see, this is the wall. See how that is right there? I bet it's really difficult the way they built the hot tub, because if that's the ledge, we've still got pool wall behind it, right? So it probably sits. I mean, they'd have to reconstruct the spot to be able to do it. So they probably just accepted it like that, knowing that we've got that issue. But it would be called for, because that's an encroachment, right? We have to let them know we got a problem here. That's encroaching on the utility easement. Anything else about a survey? Anybody's ever had a question about anything you see on there? Think something a survey company can do. They get you an elevation certificate, right? A dear friend, Kim Pappas, she and I were on the other day. We were talking about flood insurance. She happens to live in an area that's fairly close to where it floods, right? Her house doesn't, but in that FEMA flood map, she's in the bubble that would require flood insurance. Significant, which was stupid, and I knew she'd never flooded. So she called Hannah, and they're getting an elevation certificate, and then they're going to go back and challenge the flood insurance. You can do that. Just because FEMA says you're in this flood map area, your elevation may be above the guideline that makes that a flood map area, right? So they might say, FEMA says this bubble is in an AE zone because of this elevation, or at 12 feet, or whatever we're doing, just use their number. Let's say that you go get yours done and you're at 13 feet. Well, we could prove that we aren't at 12 feet. So we are not in that flood level that's designated for that area. Many of them in that area might be lower, right? But your house would sit higher. And I was talking to her, I said, well, wait a minute, hold on. And part of the map area she was talking about goes all the way up to Beltway 8. Well, absolutely. It floods at Beltway 8 and Cedar Road right there. So, yep, I can see why that could be included in that. But that's not the case for her house. So with an elevation certificate, they can figure if the insurance is, let's say you're doing a contract and it says the insurance is really high, when they get the survey, get an elevation certificate, it's discounted if you get it at the same time. And then you could challenge that insurance rating and potentially get a cheaper flood insurance plan. Crazy.
So they would challenge the insurance?
Yes, you would go to the insurance and say, look, we are not in that FEMA guideline. We are actually at this level. So report.
I have 2 properties and you do that.
Do it then, baby. Do it. Hey, I'm teaching something today. I'm loving this. Go for it.
Like I had a client that bought their house in June 5th.
Right.
And the person behind them bought their house like 10 days after.
Okay.
And then a year passed, my client calls and says, hey, did the guy about the house, blah, blah, blah. Now saying that she wants to move my fence because I'm with his house. And then I'm like, did you build the fence? Like, my survey, the guy said, oh, I haven't. So how that's like where
Somebody's going to tell somebody else. One of the survey companies is wrong because the roof and downs are wrong. It is where it is where it is. Somebody has done it wrong. So somebody's going to have to prove that. But if your client is actually expected in his yard, he has to move.
Yeah, like they have it on, on their survey, they're all good. But on the client survey, the other person's
So I
survey.
challenge the survey. I wouldn't move it until somebody proved to me that the survey was right. If I did it according to my survey, and I know that. If I just went out there and said, I think this is where the line is, I put it up, that's a whole other animal. But if they truly feel like they followed the survey line, then they don't have to just do that based on what he said. Then they have to go to civil court to litigate it at the end of the day, they need to talk to an attorney, you know, and say, hey, look, sorry, you're gonna have to prove to me this. My survey says this, your survey says this. Somebody's not right. Let's figure out who it is, right? So that's what that. Okay, inspection reports. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let me tell you what. This can make or break the deal, can it not? That transaction I was just telling you all about. I asked the inspector I had that did the inspection, I said, hey, break it down for me so I can rip it apart. You know, I mean, I wanted something to negotiate with. I didn't anticipate him sending me a 116-page inspection report with 80 significant deficiencies. I about had a swirl. Stop, baby. I mean, I was like, oh God, damn house. But anyways, their job is to tell you what they see. And they have to call for building code today. Doesn't mean that when it was done wrong. Building code might have been different then, right? And it doesn't mean it's deficient now. It just means if it was built today, we couldn't do it that way, right? He's not always saying that it's got to be changed or fixed. So be sure you understand when he's calling for a deficiency, what is it? Is it just because it's code related, but it still functions properly? That's cool. Most really good inspectors will take your big stuff and put them up at the front or put them at the very back, one of the two. So you know you have it all concisely there together. So you can get the topics, right? They break it down by everything that they talk about whatever the temperature is, so forth. They just, whether it's furnished, unoccupied, vacant, occupied, utilities on or off, utilities better be on. And whose job is that? Get them on. And if we get there and they are not all on and the inspector's going to have to come back, who pays for the re-inspect? Damn straight. Exactly right. That stuff irritates the crap out of me when they do that stuff. You get there. Okay, so they're going to break it down. They're going to look at this foundation. That one looks like it's doing great, right? So it's going to say nothing. But if it said, say, first one is inspected, the second one is not inspected because maybe they couldn't get there. Sometimes they can't get to the attic because there's so much stuff there, so they can't inspect whatever's there. They can't get to it. Not present means it wasn't even there to inspect. And D means deficient. But it doesn't always mean repair. That's the thing we have to remember. It might just be different than it would be if it was done today. And they will go through every piece and part, give you recommendations. They will do pictures to show you what's going on, all the information so you can reference what they see. How did they view the roof? They did not climb on it. They viewed it from the ground with binoculars, right? Or we did it from a drone. They'll let you know how they viewed that roof. Unable to access. Building is too tall to reach with a 20-foot ladder because they don't have to go farther than that. So that's the limit. So if it's one of those way the heck up there, you know, that it restricts their ability to do their work. Damaged roof, right? Oh, let me say this one thing. There's never, ever, I can't say ever enough. However, do not send the inspection report to the association. They don't want it. They do not want to deal with that. If you do that and you bust out, they then have to disclose your inspection report. And your inspector could have been a jerk. He could have got it wrong, right? We just talked about 2 survey companies, and these are lines, right? People get things wrong. So they don't want that. That's the quickest way to get in a battle with the agent. And if he doesn't want now I'm contentious. You send me some shit that if I don't work this out with you, now I've got to disclose your mess to somebody else and you're compromising my deal. So I don't want that. I don't want that. But if I do get it, because Trent says if you received it, doesn't matter whether you ever opened it, you must now disclose it. Doesn't matter. If they send it to you, you must now attach it to your seller's disclosure. Right? So if that's the case, what I would quickly do is pull my seller's disclosure off of MLS because I don't want people to review that and not take an opportunity to see my house based on somebody else's opinion. I'll provide it to you when you request it or a contract, right? but don't want to eliminate showing potential based on somebody else's inspection report. So now, do we have to give it to them? We absolutely do when we give the disclosure, but we don't have to leave it on MLS so it can keep people. In this house that I was just talking about with my daughter, I didn't send her the 160-page report. And it was extremely contentious transaction. And an engineer who was adamant that it was all wrong and nobody knew what they were talking about. The inspector was wrong. I was an idiot. He was an idiot. Blah blah blah. We fought all the way through. I'm not even kidding you. Like I've never fought in a transaction. I'm still angry about it. First person I've ever thought about sending a trek, and that should be 30 years. So that should tell you how contentious this was. Also mad about what I was going to say. Anyway, she was getting to the point where it was like telling me we didn't know what we were talking about. So I finally said, you know what? I promise you I wasn't going to do this. Like, here you go, baby. 116 pages, maybe major deficiencies. Now tell me there's not something. Never was talking. I'm not licensed in the state of Texas. I'm licensed in Florida. She knew I was going to go. No, I had it on. I'm a seasoned agent. I'm negotiating this for my daughter. Just talk to me. You can copy her on it, but you're dealing with me. Period. So she's unrepresented buyer. Go see her. She didn't have to. I said it at that point because I was just flat ass pissed. And because she was arguing that there weren't problems, that I was at 116 pages. I'm not making this shit up. I think she thought I was making it up. You know what I mean? And I'm like, man, fine. Here you go. I'll argue with you, you know? But at the end of the day, I only did that. And I've only done that a few times in 30 years because I don't want to disrespect my partner. Because I'm going to be on the other end of that at some point, right? So think about that, right? And I know a lot of young agents that have lady in class argue with me about it, saying, yeah, but I don't know how to explain that technical electrical stuff. I get that because I wouldn't either, right? I'm not an electrician. I don't fuck. But there's this really freaking cool thing. It's called copy and paste. Copy it.
Take a picture of the design part.
And you can screenshot if they request. I would just copy and paste because you can put it on your amendment and there's a paper that says additional information. Just keep on running with it. Just copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. And then if they say, hey, can you show me this? I'll show you the screenshot. Yep. If they, whatever. But if you copy and paste, they're going to realize it's coming out of the inspection report because of the way it's written, right? You can tell in the way it's described. So just my 2 cents, you do what you want, but if you give it out, if you send it, I promise you, it's going to come back to bite you on one of your own listings. So be careful. Anyways, they have to call for every little thing that's there. One of the best classes I took was a 30-hour inspection class because I could sell. I used to estimate things, and I know my legal contract. I work for an attorney. But what I didn't know was how to build a damn house. And I didn't understand these defects. I freaked out. The first inspection report I got, it said, was calling for a backflow prevention diverter. Oh, shit. I got water flowing in the house, is what my head said, right? I mean, I don't know. Backflow prevention diverter. I'm preventing, there's something that's preventing some kind of backflow into the house. Oh my God, that's critical, right? It's a damn 69-cent part at Home Depot to put on the hose bill. But I didn't know what it was. I went to my work, I'm like, oh my God, Armando, what is this? And he just laughed at me, right? And I knew that, guess what? My first SAE is going to be a 30-hour inspection class. And a half a day on wood destroying insects blew my mind. But I learned a lot. It's important. Stay in your lane. Refer to the inspector. But knowledge is power, guys. We need to know what a flash is. We need to know how things are supposed to be put together, right? When things are double locked in the box and things like that. When the electrical box is a mess. There's certain electrical panels that better not be no more. They are combustible, right? So goodbye. Bye. See, this is only a 46-page report. 46. Mine was more than twice that. 2.5. God, that child better love me. Jesus Christ. I did get her $25,000 off, $15,000 repairs, $12,000 concession. But
There you go.
I know. We walked out of that house. She goes, oh, I love it. And I want to live here forever. And I'm thinking to myself, oh,
You know what your mama did for you?
What in God's green earth are we talking about right now? Lord have mercy. Oh, okay. Let me tell you something else that I found the inspector didn't find. The appraiser didn't find. My appraiser. I contentiously argued about it all the way through because I knew there was something wrong. And I didn't figure it out till 3 days before closing. Too late. building code in the city of Houston says if you have exposed insulation, it must be covered by mildew or mold resistant drywall, right? This particular house has an apartment over the garage. And it has insulation on top of the garage because it's underneath the floors, right? All around the whole damn thing is insulated. The garage is insulated. But it's all open and exposed. One of the contentions was the floors in that apartment were warping. You could see there was a dip, and he's like, "There's no dip." And I'm like, "You're fucking blind. Put the ball on it. You can see it's dipping. You can look at it and see, right? A complete fight because there was a steel beam, so he knew it was structurally sound, right? It was there's steel beam, nothing's coming down. I'm arguing with you. What happened was, so if you see this yourself, I'm educating you in the future. Moisture. Look at the humidity in Houston, for Christ's sake. Up through that insulation, up to that Firex drywall, up to the floor, and work the boards. Now they're supported on the joist. It's not coming down, but it is not right. So if you see that, like I said, my inspector missed it, the appraiser missed it. Those are on my side. Nobody got to fuss at, right? Other than my own damn self, because God said, "Oh, sure, you don't talk about religion, but he talks to me, right?" He said to me 3 times the word insulation. I'm going, but I didn't, and even with my inspector stand, I said, "Oh, it's really cool here, Cat." And then when I had my interior designer come over because we're redoing the house, I'm like, "Is this insulation?" Again, I'm like, insulation. Then when I figured it out, I'm like, "Stupid." So you ever have that experience? You see insulation, it must be covered with mildew or mold resistant drywall. I talked to something else today. Now I'm really excited. On my own expense. They will call for everything, gas, caulking, a bunch of things. Now, there'll be a laundry list. I mean, there is not a new home that's built without a problem. Every home has a problem. You're going to get an inspection report. You're going to get a laundry list of things. The way you break it down to the client is, here's the criticals and here's the honeydews. Put it on the refrigerator. When you guys got a weekend project, check them off. Check them off. Check them off. Check them off. Do them as you can as you get to it, right? So don't, I mean, you have to prepare them. It's going to be what it's going to be, right? But let's make sure the big things are correct. Write these folks down. Roofer, HVAC, foundation, electrical, appliances, plumbing, fencing, and pool. All of those situations can stop your contract from closing. So you have got to find a way to have an paid closing contract. So you can keep your stuff going. So if I have a problem with the fence, we can't do the transaction, nobody's got it, it's in equity, get them paid to close it. Even if the buyer's picking it up, we might have a DPA that can cover it closing. We don't have it now, whatever that is, right? So have somebody for each one of those entities that will pick up the transaction and do pay the closing. Brian Lister, he's on one of my referrals. You can find him on my page, as well as Mark McGuire. Brian does all kind of construction and roofing, but Mark specializes in roofing, and both of those will get closing costs. Okay. See this maintenance item? Look at that little tiny thing right there that just happened to say there's a hole. Is that really critical? No, it's not. But he's got to call for it because it's deficient. Does that make sense? So not everything they call for is something that's an absolute major red flag. Water sealant. I'll tell you another thing. Because we flood here. Water line will stay on the brick in most cases. So if you go down to Seabrook and you go through what's that, something, Miramar, that's what it is, right there by the program. Elmar is the street. You ride down there, you're going to see the water. It's going to be a little bit darker on the bottom part of the brick. So if you're in an area you think has it flooded, look at the brick. You're going to be able to tell, right? No, look at that water line. It's just something about when it stays that long and penetrates that brick and that foundation, there's a discoloration. Obviously, they have painted if you can't, but that is kind of a tried and true way to tell if you've had some water in the property. See here, they're just calling for the gap in the ceiling. That takes talk. Choo. We're done, right? But like I said, honeydews. Any questions on an inspection report? Anybody's had one, a question on an inspection report, or can we move on from this?
Pieces of roof, they
Fencing. Yeah, yeah. And appliances, because we have non-working appliances, right? Now, I've had somebody go buy a cheap ass $200 stove and plug it in a spot that's this big and it's this big, but that works. It will pass because my buyer's gonna be doing whatever anyway. So the seller just puts something in there so we can get it. Right? That's absolutely okay. It doesn't say it has to be pretty, it has to fit. It just has to be there, it has to function. All right, come along, do this inspection report. Next document, please. I think we are at appraisal. Now, there is a new appraisal that's coming out with some different guidelines and different rules. Did anybody have any further questions before I actually walk away from this inspection report? If you had any problems on inspection report you didn't understand or how it was described or anything? No. Okay. Come on. That was ugly as hell. Did you see that? Nothing?
Yeah.
God bless. It's like this lady at this house. I'm telling you, nasty. Don't know how to explain it. Okay, appraisal. Here we go. What they do on an appraisal. We hope they get enough comps, right? But this is a complete breakdown of the entire area, what the neighborhood is like, if there's anything affecting the neighborhood, is there anything affecting the public records in the neighborhood? Are the property values increasing? Are they stable? Are they declining? What's the demanded value? What's the marketing time? Present land use, the neighborhood characteristics. They break down every single thing. I would never be able to be an appraiser. That is a detail-oriented job. So they pull all the statistics. If you think about it, he only gets paid $500 to do this, $600. That's not an awful lot for all that paperwork. Think about it. Because if you see how involved it is, they're going to talk about what your property is, everything, the pluses and minuses about it, and then they're going to pull up comps, and then they have to plus and minus. So, this is still on your property, and it's talking about the property, the foundation, the exterior description, the materials that were used, everything you can think about it. Talks about the square footage. It'll talk about the garage. It actually does a diagram in here that shows exactly where the measurements are for everything. And this is where the report comes in. So we're going to pull our comparables. Our subject property is the first one in the line, and it says this is what we've got. Now the next one, this is the closest comp we have, and then they just plus and minus for this one has this one doesn't have this one has more square footage, so I can add value here. Oh, I have to take away based on what the subject property has. So here, our subject property is 1.02 acres. This next one is 23,871 square feet. So we've got a minus, right? Because our property is a whole lot larger. This one's a half an acre. Ours is over an acre, right? So they make the adjustments based on statistics. This is where it's got a fireplace. It doesn't have a fireplace. It has a spa. It has a hot tub. This is where the desire features get counted, right? This is where we really like to have, let's say your client just did a whole bunch of a renovation and he spent $5,000 on this. Put those papers on that counter for that appraiser to look at, right? They want to know because it's a whole lot easier if they have your records than them gauging what might be, right? Now, I looked at that, it might have cost them that. I'm going to give it an estimate, but if you have a documented record, they're going to work with that, and that helps you a lot. So when they have added all these features to it, now they're not going to get $100,000 for that $100,000 pool, is what it is, right? But there are a lot of things, and statistics change a lot, but predominantly baths and kitchens are where you get to know that, right? You're going to do really well. Windows are another one that has been helping quite a bit, especially in our area, and flooring, right? Again, we want to get as much as we possibly can. So when we have a lot of designer features in the house, we want to make sure they're listed so we get true credit for them. Because ours might be a designer one, and this is the exact same floor plan but it doesn't have all of the upgrades. So we have to find a way to validate how much more work we have based on these upgrades. Then they go through the property and talk about anything as far as if there's any sales, if there's been any problems with any of their properties, then they plus and minus on that. And then when they get done, plus and minus your comparables, they take this one and they say, okay, this one's worth this, minus this, plus that, whatever, compared to a subject property. We do the pluses and minuses, and then we say, this is what it's worth. And we take these and say, based on these comparables, our property is worth this average value. Does that make sense? How they do it? Anybody? I got a lot of blank stares right now. Just so you get how that flows. Sure. Right.
So what if they?
Yes. Yes. Because they can't fully. They will call for the oven to be deficient. The appraiser will.
Appraiser.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, inspector might probably call for it up front, but we're talking about appraisal now. So if say the inspector gets it, the appraiser would.
Okay. Vendor already.
Correct. That's right. So we have to do a re-inspect. The lender would, the inspector and appraiser will go out there and say, okay, based on my inspection, we've got X, Y, Z that's got to be fixed before we could give you, go ahead and move forward on them. So that's when we'll have to fix those things. And then the appraiser will go back out to make sure that those things meet the guidelines we set forth to fix them. But if you get an appraisal that comes in that requires repairs, the very first thing you better do is extend your closing. You aren't going to make it. Because an appraisal is done, let's just call it, it's midway through, right? And they usually done about the third week, but let's say they're done in the second week. And he comes with repairs, okay? He comes to the, gets back to the lender after he does his report, says, okay, yep, we've got repairs. Okay, great. And he gets it to us. We have to talk to each other. Then we have to get a contractor out there, gets the bids, whatever, to get it done. Then they have to do it and complete it before the lender can then call the appraisal to come back out. Then they schedule it and they come back out. They approve it. Now we'll get the full appraisal report, and now we can move to underwriting to get that CTC. But there is a wing and a prayer you're going to close on time. And if you gamble on that, and you realize that last week, hey, it's not going to happen, and you tell me that you knew it a week ago, my sellers already scheduled movers. We've already got the utilities turned off. We've got all these plans. And now you're telling me we're a week late when you could have told me a week ago we didn't do all this? Don't do that. Don't be that person. Let them know. Always let them know. Period. It is what it is. It's on their house. It has to be fixed. They're not going to say, oh my God, no. Just be upfront. When you communicate, you solve a whole lot more problems. I'm going to keep in touch with you. One of the first things you should find out from the other agent is, how do they like me communicating with them? Because if you're blowing up my phone and I'm a text or an email person, we ain't warm and fuzzy, man. Right? Find out. Some people, they want a phone call. That's just who they are. They want that conversation, and that's how they keep you talking. Period. So that's how you need to know up front. Some people don't want to be bothered. Send me an email. Some want to text. They'll find out. That's the best way to make the transaction smooth. Okay, so then we'll get into here. Cost value. So let's say there are different methods for appraising property. We could do it on comparables. We could do it on costs, like how much would it cost to make this, to build it. So they'll tell you what methodology they used to get your appraised value. This talks about any information. If let's say if it had a PUD, it would fill out all the information regarding that. That's it with that. Yep, that's all the disclosures. These are just the people that did it. I think we are. Oh, there's the bill. See how the lines are? These numbers here are what he did with his laser tool. So he could tell you, and they will line it out and do a diagram for you so you can see exactly where your room measurements are. Here as well, first floor. And then it does the pictures. Ooh, that is it. Ooh, wait. Okay, well, that's kind of a lean-to, ain't it?
It's like I don't want to buy.
Oh, Lordy, that's definitely a fix-up. you see how green that was? Look at that. See how green that nastiness is? That's disgusting. Father. So, and this is the comparable? Would you Are we joking right now?
That's cute.
That's the one that had the minus, I hope, or something. Look, what the hell? Well, I'm going to change out my appraisal in here. This is.
North Carolina, I saw that.
Look. Oh, okay. That's North Carolina. Okay, that makes me feel better. Okay. Anyways, I just had one of my inspectors send me this. Not inspectors, lenders. So anyways, they will do an aerial so you can see where it sits. And obviously that's a very eclectic. We've even got a plant sitting right here. So yeah, topography, roadmap, all the subject properties, how close they are. And this is Miss Baldwin's certified real estate appraiser license. Appraisers are in the 2008, when everything went to county office, you go to handbasket. They removed appraisers from the mortgage company's reach. Basically, think about them like a Uber or a Lyft. So when the job comes up, this third party, the lender says to the third party service, I need an appraisal on this property. The third party service sends out this map to all their appraisers in their sphere. Here's a job, and whoever clicks the job first is the one that gets it. It could be Billy Bob from BFE that doesn't know squat about your area, right? So if an appraisal comes in, can you challenge it? Hell yes. I personally bought a piece of property in Seguin when I was coming back from Florida to be an Airbnb. Paid $979,000 for it. It had 300 feet of waterfront. It was beautiful, beautiful. We closed during Silver Lake real estate, and it was June. I wanted to be online running for July 4th weekend. Otherwise, I'm missing the summer, right? On waterfront property in Seguin, right next to the Guadalupe. However, I wasn't going to be able to get it fully funded until I got an appraisal in. We did it on a closed on a desktop appraisal. So I found an appraiser myself. She happened to live on the other side of the canal or the Guadalupe. She came over there to get an appraisal. 60. And I had signed for damn near $1 million piece of property. I was about to have a damn stroke, right? Found out I was defrauded. And waterfront was going away for about 3 to 4 years, and they could tell me. So what I had to do is let the lenders, the private money loan, they foreclosed, didn't put it on my LLC. Could have sued this seller, he knew all about it, but I walk on, move on. But they retained it. They then got an appraiser from the southwest side, the northwest side of San Antonio, who appraised it for 1.15 based on it. And it was not, it might be now that the water's back, right? But for the last 3 to 4 years, because the water just came back, it was not worth $1 million. The dingbat that bought it should have challenged that appraisal. But at the end of the day, my point, I was trying to make a point that it can come in way the hell off because of the way they do it. He might not have knowledge that Northwest San Antonio appraiser didn't have no. What do you think about Seguin? Nothing.
Thank God I want to save your house.
Oh,
It looks like it.
you know what the jacket when I called the owner to tell us that we have a problem. I said, the waterfront is going to be gone. It says, I'm so sorry you didn't do the food river. So, he set me up. He got that house in a divorce. So his wife got divorced and he paid her and he got the equity of the house, right? I structured the mortgage with my private money, 70% on the front end, and you're picking up 30% on the back end. What did I just tell you about a foreclosure?
Yeah, the back end does.
They lose. And I said, I'm so sorry you didn't do your due diligence on a second lien. I'm going to let the primary lender foreclose. You just lost $400,000. Thanks. Not like that. My drop baby comes like done. Just your crap, man. He was cocky. He was flying hot. You done messed with the wrong system. Because guess what? He had to have been a crappy husband, or that would have happened to him. Just saying. Okay, this is my engineering report. Where am I? Okay, we're at the last thing, seller's disclosure notice. And it's new, guys. It's new. There's a lot of changes on here, so let's look at it. One thing they did do is, oh no, she did not put it in here. Are you kidding me? Hold on. Cooktop, range, and stove. Where are they? Where is range? Okay, cooktop, range, and stove. This is not the new one. I'll have to get it modified. They're all on the same line now because for some reason people didn't know what was what. So they just decided you got something to cook, it's going to be there together. No changes on that. No changes here. This basically tells you how many units they have, how many window units they have, how many number of AC units they have, how many garage door openers they have, if they have gas logs, what type of garage is it? Are there satellites? Are there controls? Is there a security system? Are there solar panels? It breaks down everything there could be, period. It talks about foundation repairs, roof repairs.
What happened to the,
What?
unknown? Wasn't there a column there that said, like, if you don't know,
Not on here.
you only
Here.
have a yes or no?
See, there you do, but not here. When we get down to, are you aware of any malfunction or defects? Either you know or you don't. Is there a problem or is there not, right? Have we, does it have this or do we not? If you don't know, you're supposed to figure it out. Goes in to talk about a little bit about vacant land and if it's in a reservoir, floodplain, there's been a natural flood event, if there's been any flood insurance coverage. Come on, move. There we go. FEMA claims. So if you had an insurance claim and did you use the money to get the work done? Because they can't get shady with it. If you do an insurance claim and you don't do the work, you say, oh no, there was not. When you go to, when your buyer goes to get insurance, there's a pool in there. That's all of record. They're going to know whether there was a claim, whether there was a problem. So they can't lie about it here because it is going to get caught at some point because all that is a database. It's professional. Talks about room modifications, any structures where their permits filled. Had I been smart enough to figure out my problem, my question would have absolutely been, show me the permits that were pulled. Because no building inspector would have signed off on that insulation being exposed because it was building code, right? So they didn't pull permits. He's an engineer, remember, he knew what he was doing. But this means he didn't pull permits to do it. Which is why the tax records do not know. That's why the tax records show 2,664. They're going to continue to know that. They're going to want them to take 1,004 square
We're
feet.
gonna get a structural engineer probably and
But
have
we
to do
would-
the whole thing.
And if they came out and said, hey, if you can't take it down, I'm not dealing with that,
Yeah.
right? So if it wasn't permitted, and can you get something permitted post? You sure can, but you can guarantee no building engineer is gonna come here and inspect and say, oh yeah, it's perfect, let me just sign the paper. That's not what they do. Their job is to say, fix these things, pay the city some money, and now I'll give it to you. That's what they will do. I can promise you that. Anything there? Talks about if you had proceeds, if you did use them for whatever is supposed to be done. Do you have smoke detectors in the property? Do you have any tax exemptions? What happens with a senior citizen exemption? You know what happens? Freezes the taxes to 65, right? And it's portable. So if I sell this house and I'm 65 and I go over here, I can go and get a mitigated, reduced tax base here based on my being frozen over here. It's really, really huge, and it reduces the school tax. Sure.
Second level property, I don't know if that's insured. Yeah. If I am 65 and I grow property, should it be on my rental properties too, or is that
No,
only your
just
home?
do
Only your home?
homestead. Only on your homestead. Yeah.
You can't get it right.
No, no. Please fill this out. Please have your seller fill this out. Because why in the world, it doesn't mean that they have to use the same electric company, but it is super helpful, right? Have them put the information in there. Let the buyers know. It makes it smoother, especially if they're a reload, they don't have a clue, right? Don't put it on the buyer's agent to help figure that out. You already know what the services are. Have the people fill the paperwork out. Now, we also have this other piece of crap document that is allowed to be used. Yep, put a check. Yep, but did we tell us anything about it? No, but it is legal. It's legit. You can use it, right? But in my opinion, I feel like you're being a little ashamed because it's just, you're just not being as transparent as you could, right?
So you have a choice?
You do have a choice. You can use either one. Both of them are legal. Both are legit. You can do whatever you want. This is the one she used on the house for my daughter.
Yeah.
Why I had a bunch of effing questions. Yes, ma'am.
The seller can choose, right?
So. Is it up to the seller to choose, or we each choose?
You choose seller. You can't choose, right? Because you could say, here's both of our stuff. You know, if you want to just give them one, you can do that, right? You don't have to give them both to fill out. So in that response, yes, you could choose. You just have to fill out one, right? Have to have one or the other. There's no requirement. And if you just provide them with that, that's what they fill out. So that, I mean, I guess technically you could make the choice. Would I? All day long, I'd tell you to fill out the other one. I don't want to get caught in a hiccup, right? This is less than forthcoming, in my opinion, right? It has less information, but it does meet the guidelines to say, yes, we have a hot water heater, it's gas. Yes, we have city water supply. Yes, we've got an attached garage. And basically what this says is we're going to tell you what we know. Your inspector can figure out the rest of it. And so it's sufficient in telling you what is on the property. I just don't like it because I feel like it's fake. Does that answer your question, sure? Kind of. Okay, so tell me the
Because I
scenario.
was told that. And I was reading the version. Giving them.
I think that would have to be a broker call. I know Trek will allow you to use either one, but I say it all the time. You know, Trek's got rules, cars got rules, brokers have rules. So it might be a broker rule. I found out the other day, and I kid you not, in like less than the last 6 months, that as a listing agent, I can tell you what my other offers are completely, so that you can do it. If I have it in writing from the seller, that I can share that. So I can tell Monica what my offer is I've got, so she can beat it. And then I can tell her what their offer is, and then I can tell him. But while he's figuring out, I might go back to Monica and say, hey, but they're gonna do this if you do this, right? So see how cattywampus that is? So I call all my living brokers, because I've got some that are not, and I said, hey, why do I think this is not okay? Why did you tell me this? And they said, because I would have killed you. I told you to do highest and best because of the liability here. So your broker may say, because a lot of brokers want to say, hands off, and that might be your broker rule. You have to give them both. I've never been required to do that. And I would always ask my people to do the other. But if that's a comfort level you have, just do it. There's not, neither one of them is a wrong document. And you're not going to get it unless your broker thinks you. Who's your broker? Is it Ozzy?
Yeah, obviously.
Cool.
No, hold on, Ozzy hasn't said anything. I was with another broker.
Oh.
That's why I'm questioning. I didn't
Okay.
even ask.
Okay.
Yeah, and our forms, the long.
Guess what?
There automatically, if you go under.
Let me help you. So don't ask Ozzy. Ask Lori.
I'm sorry.
Lori. I've known Ozzy since he was a child.
I was
25.
told to push every one, as long as you do
Yeah. So when you send it, just. send it
Not just-
automatically.
you can choose.
Yeah.
And then if there's some of us like, oh, well, she doesn't know how to write, I'm gonna give it a short one. And if you put a more knowledge, I'm gonna give it this, like, no, you pick one and you do that one for your one.
Ozzy's a genius, and he has a million fabulous ideas. But he's got ADD like I ain't no idea. Man. He got all these ideas. Lori took all the ideas with the balloons and the strings, put them together in a nice little bow, and brought them all down to the ground. So if you get stuck on anything, I love Ozzy, yeah, but I'm asking you. Lori's been in the business way longer than me.
Yeah.
Than me. So that's it.
So you said as long as the seller's okay with it, giving it.
I'm saying you're gonna ask your broker right now, because as far as Greg is concerned, either one of them is sufficient.
No, I'm talking about when they're giving it a copy.
Oh, but the whole person. Oh, yes, with the offers, yes. If a broker, if your seller is giving you in writing, I can share that with any other guest. You absolutely can. Yeah, I was looking at a house with my daughter, And the listing agent told me she had 2 other offers, told me right over there while we're standing there. We walked out, my daughter's elbowing me. She just knew she knows you. Oh, it's legal. I'm going to find out later. Well, Carrie Worrell, right then. Carrie, help me out. She said, don't do it. Here's why. But yes, you can. And that's like I said, what I call it.
As long as the,
It's in writing from the seller. In the writing from the seller that you can. Because at the end of the day, what's your job as a listing agent? Get the best deal for your seller. That's your job, right? So, but I ain't getting myself in a cattywampus mess. I'm doing highest and best. So y'all do however you want. We got to find out from Lori what she says, because whatever Lori says, in my opinion, is law. Now, I've had Lori check me in a couple of questions. Cindy, are you sure about that? And we've had she's been right, but I was not. So I promise you, she knows this business. Closed eyes, under 40,000 blankets, she can tell you what's on the contract. You know what I'm saying? She's just that good. She really is. This is just further. A lot of it is the same. They do put the flood information, but it's just not as detailed. It doesn't say how many garage door openers do you have, how many, keys or fobs or whatever, those kind of things. And I think we're there. Oh, Texas Disclosure. I'm going to send this to you guys after class. This little section of this, it tells you everything about the seller's disclosure, what type of property it affects, where the sellers can get the information, and what happens if the sellers don't provide it. So you can have that to know. Hang on, Sam, see, it tells it right here. Does not say. Okay. And I got that from John. So, John G. George Jr., he's the co-chair of the broker lawyer committee that writes your contracts. Please follow him on Facebook. Every time, if you have a question about a contract, something changes, he's going to put it on Facebook so that it's like the kindergartners can understand. He breaks, it's not legalese, mumbo jumbo. He really breaks it down. And if I ever have a question, I call him or Carrie. He offices with Carrie Worrell, and my reason to call is just the 2 of them. In charge of writing the documents. He knows what he's the co-chair of your broker lawyer committee that grasps everything we do. So he's my go-to because he knows what the intent was. So I know what I'm telling. If he tells me something, I'm telling you the way the track wants to play. And that's why I think if you could follow him, ask him questions, he's happy. I'm going to have you sign out now, folks. Please, if you do not know your license number, look it up. Because this realm system is a piece of crap. And Heidi will put in everybody's stuff, and if one of you gets it wrong, it kicks it all out, and she has to start all over again, and it doesn't tell her which one you guys got to get out. She just has to look everybody up on track. So please respect it. It must have the SA or the B behind it. I think they're probably all sales agents, but if you're a broker, it has to have a B behind it. If you do that, I'm going to ask Lauren right now. I want to know. Sorry, be right back. Not required to ask, and you, this firm must use the law enforcement unless the seller requests the court form for you, and then she said, by all means, get them. It's required. But you do not have to offer them.
You don't have to what?
Offer them both sellers as well, say
Oh,
which one you want to fill out.
Okay.
I said, all right, Lori, you're the guy. She goes, why'd you give me this much pressure? I said, because you're gonna have the answer. And then when she gave me the answer, I'm like, oh, good, I forgot to. We got it right.
Did she ask you about the offers? But y'all didn't talk about
I didn't do that. I just want to, sorry. But I did tell her that I told everybody in here to talk to her, not us. And she laughed, but I'm gonna do it. Oh, me. If you've not gotten into a contracts class yet, please get into one. Even if you had one earlier in the year, there's too many changes to not get in there. There's one place to get paid, one only. And the listing agreement has completely changed. So if you want to get paid right, you better get in a contracts class to figure it out. I will say this one thing about it though. Your place to get paid is 12B1. If you look at the contract, 12B2 looks exactly like 12B1, except for one starts with seller and one starts with buyer. The last 4 words are different as well, but if somebody reads it, and I had it happen in a class, because I say, take a look at those. And here's my example. How would it go? And I said, if the seller's paying 2% and the buyer's going to pay you 1%, what do you do? And the gentleman in class said, you put 2% in the first box, if the seller's paying me 1% in the second box, if that's what the buyer's paying me. I said, thank you so much for saying that. You're 100% wrong, but this is exactly what I'm worried about that everybody's going to do, because the second box says that's how much the buyer is going to pay at the listing agent's compensation. Right? So if you get a contract as a listing agent, somebody has filled in something in 12B2, call them. Make sure that they filled out the paperwork right. They might not have gotten a contracts class. They might have misunderstood it, and they might have put 1% in there. Don't be greedy and go, oh, great, I'm going to get 4%, because I promise you in the option period, somebody's going to figure it out, and they're going to bail. And now you, if your listing has gone into option, and you've come back out on the buyer. But everybody else in the market is going to think something's wrong with your house. Predominantly, you went in option, you came back out. What probably happened on inspections, right? You could put up their buyer backed out or whatever, buyer or whatever, all you want to. Still going to have questions. So at the end of the day, just serve yourself right, serve your seller right. And if something's in 12B2, just ask, did you mean that? Because I know it's going to happen. I foresaw, I mean, I hate when I see that. But when it's been for 2.5 years now, and I've seen it goes like this, and I go, yeah, but I can see what's going to happen with that, and then damn sure it happens. So that's why I'm saying this now. The reason that's there is because there's never been a place in our contracts for that transaction where the buyer, probably an investor, says, hey, I'm going to offer this price and I'll pay all the commission, right? But there was never a place for in any of our documents to put that the buyer was paying the listing agent's money, right? So now they've taken this opportunity to give them a box to put that on there, and that's what it's for, but for nothing else. So, any other questions about all these boring documents today? Well, at least you guys didn't go to sleep on me. I did see a few yawns. Yeah, I appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, I hope you learned something. I mean, I know these are ones that you use a lot. We did learn at least what documents we have to. But if you do have any questions on it, please feel free to follow me on Facebook. It's Cindy Mark, MARX. You can tag me in your listings. I will, post your open houses and stuff like that. Anything I know that comes up or real estate is related, I try to get it on my page to keep you guys updated on it. All my classes are always on there. And this is my cell phone number. Do not leave me a voicemail. If you do, that is on you. Because I only go select all delete with voicemail. I don't care. I don't have to deal with it, and I'm not going to. You're welcome to text me and then we can talk. It's 281-678-7225. I'll say it again, 281-678-7225. And I want to say one more thing. This beautiful woman right here, her husband sells insurance that we all should be interested in. It's supplemental. It's the stuff that picks up like Aflac. It's similar to Aflac, but way better. So if you do not have some type of supplemental insurance or health protection stuff, get with Monica, because Carlos really does have a really good product that, we're kind of out in the cold, because we don't have, a lot of products and so it's just very reasonable. Any other questions at all? No?
On a side note.
Yeah, go for it. Huh?
Are you related to Stacy March? Stacy March, she works for AT&T.
No. No, I was trying to think.
Just
I
curious.
was going through the family tree, going, who's divorced who and what's the name? No, that's not it. You know, you're the second person that's asked me about a name. One person, Mary Keith, she said to me one day, are you related to the Marks in Santa Fe? And I went, how do you feel about the Marks in Santa Fe? And I'll answer the question. Yeah, that's my ex-family. They're entrenched down in Santa Fe. She was, his mom was a junior high history teacher, taught everybody out there, you know, and so they're decades or with generations of Marks and Santa. Santa Fe is not where I live. That's not my day. I'm not that long with fuzzy. What's that, baby? Oh, hey. Okay, you got one? Okay, let me give these out to you guys. This is for my phone. Yep.
I might start doing it too.
Oh, yeah? You got one? Hey? Hey? Couple little ones?
And this could be tax deductible and it's 100% premium return if never used. Oh.
Get some coffee with this man and hear about it. You got it, baby. See you next time, guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, check.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
It's heavy chain.
Okay. Right.
So then she said to but I don't have to bring it.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, someone called it with like a gathering. Some people that have property.
Right.
Oh,
Wonderful. Good.
And back to the university. Yeah, I. Yeah.
Insurance, right? Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're so welcome, guys. See you next time.
And also.
Yeah, right. Because it's crazy, right? Crazy.
The guy that I rented that out of East Canada. Like, turning the margins of the internet traffic that cost refinancing or looking to go in and to do some of the 4.99%. So.
Thank you, baby. I appreciate it so much. Right. Love it.
So he's trying to get me to do more seminars like that.
I'm all about it. I think it's a great decision. I really do. Maybe you could go with the PPA and set something up.
Well, hospitality, so I'm gonna tell him. If you look at partner.
Maybe you could just, have a booth or something and just speak for a minute. That would be lovely. I think that'd be huge. Huge. Love it. I am going to go 1 and 2 at 5 Realty next month.
Okay. That'll be on your website, I guess?
Yeah. I got legal, it's on a Tuesday and I've got it, I think it's second Tuesday and the fourth Tuesday.
Okay.
Legal two?
Legal 1 and 2.
Okay, so I need to do two.
Okay, I've got it.
Yeah, me too. I did that one.
Yeah,
Where's
I've got
that?
it at 5 downtown, 2850 Canada. Check my on my website.
Check on your website. What's the name of your website?
The real estate CE Academy.com.
That's your.
It's our company, yeah. And, just go on there, and it'll tell you all the classes, who's teaching what they're teaching, where, who the instructor is, and the time.
Really?
Okay.
Oh,
If legal 1 and 2 is not on there yet, it's probably gonna say by TBD, it's legal, because I just picked the classes yesterday, so if you go on there, don't freak out. Uh-huh.
Yes.
Right.
And they, I'm already just another month, can they give me this month, even though they don't move in, but then when section 8 pays, let's say they get in on the 7th, 8th, in, can just do, oh, yeah.
If you're required, they tentative rating. Long tentative rating.
That's what I wanted to make sure.
And I understand you, and I get.
Yeah, because I'll hold it for you, I'll work for you, but.
I can't be upside down.
Yeah, because there's people behind waiting to raise the money and everything.
Say, I'm willing to work with you, here's the reason, but you gotta do that. I think that's a good deal. Take care of yourself. But, yes, absolutely, let's do that other first.
So I ended up.
Well, it doesn't have to use. Have your bike. Get it under. Really,
Okay.
and do something like. I know that, yeah, I appreciate these. You know.
Yeah.
The process of really long.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the, the buyer, and so, I don't want to go through that and practice.
So
How do you recommend it?
so like filling it out.
Yeah.
So basically like,
It's
it's just, yeah, doing that, like, so just pull the, for example, your with that, and then take that information and you'll transfer somebody.
If you don't want the blurred version,
Is it a flood?
hey, what's a butt in a nutsack?
I want to see it.
Oh my lord. No, it's like, let's see. It's in FUB.
That is hilarious.
Go look.
It's funny because like
He's in FUB as I added him as unsolicited, and so there, it's right there.
Oh wow, that's
I
hilarious.
know.
So there was one that
Yeah,
was
he's saved in there.
there was one that Jerry and me were
cool in here.
texting, and it was literally the person was like a fake chick, and they were like catfishing.
Yep.
So
Yep.
like they
Yeah, I'm
kept
just
sending like selfies of this blonde, this
Yeah,
attractive blonde chick.
yeah.
And then Jerry was like, you don't need to send pictures to this number, like I'm just seeing if you were interested in real estate, blah blah blah. And then it started sending nudes, and we were like, oh god. And like, no, this is a catfish for sure.
Yeah, I was just like,
Yeah.
why would you think it's such a good idea?
Some people are just
Yeah.
trolls.
Oh, I agree.
And then,
That's
yeah,
hilarious.
it's just that, addendums.
We're not gonna be able to catch on.
Yeah. So
But
it's
catch
just,
the good one.
well, you would, because now it's.
I'm like, hey, if no one wants to show up, I don't have to be here.
I'm Aaron. What are you talking about?
She has like.
I know.
I don't have all the answers.
Where are you teaching on?
Contracts, the most important damn thing.
That's what we were just talking
But
about.
in depth, like, talking.
Oh, every line on one of the work
This is
mhm.
What are you teaching?
contracts and
AI,
AI. Oh, I downloaded Plug.
that's what we're doing.
And I paid for the.
To me, that is the most important.
That's
one.
what we're going over. If people want to learn.
You're gonna know all the contracts, all the addendums, when to use them, when not to use them, brokerage expectations, all the fun things.
I just want to punch people in the face today.
What happened? Everybody left?
Oh, no, none of that. It's just, Oh, you're gay today?
Well, I have another one. She's a special person, and I'm just like, lady,
We all have special.
Everybody.
I cannot be sitting here and babysitting you every damn day.
Whenever you put yourself in this situation. She's good. She's still kind of like, sore. She's got a wrist thing. Poor thing.
Want to get hurt?
That's a shit kind of bread. She was walking her dog. And,
Walking her dog?
yeah, she was walking her dog and she stepped off the sidewalk to go into the street. She said to let people pass. And then her dog wanted to go back on the sidewalk quickly and took her with it. And so she fell. And it just jarred her body. I mean,
Yeah.
it hurts whenever I fall. And I'm like, I don't like this. I don't like it cold.
It sucks.
It does. And all this storm around and shit. I'm like, this is good. Oh, I'm there. That's what I'm not holistic. I don't want all the testosterone pellets and estrogen crap and
Oh, yeah, well, you know, they're pushing that on,
progesterone
they're
shit.
pushing that on men too, like.
That's what I'm saying.
Later on, just like 2 years ago, say, hey, you know what?
You need testosterone booster.
No, I don't want it.
That's it.
I'm not gonna take any of it. I don't.
If you want more info, I'll definitely share it with you. Huh? I said, if you want more info. Yes, I do, because I need to find someone, because my lady, she's back in Beaumont, and she's holistic, like she's like natural, more natural.
Hey, you need to put those pictures, okay?
I know, I don't know what, that was a me. If you want,
She tell you all that?
if you want the
No.
unblurred version, I'll be happy to share it with you. I was
Cindy,
thinking,
Cindy
I don't.
gave you some shit.
What you think?
He's like, he's never sitting on my class. He's never sitting on any of my class.
She goes mad?
No, she's just like,
She was funny. She's doing a karate chop. She keep talking crazy.
that was pretty good. That was pretty good class.
I had to go to an appointment. I mean, you better be listening.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
No, it was like red sex and all.
It was crazy. Yeah, be careful. You get it long enough, somebody gets see weird pictures.
Yeah, I'm used to. I'm not saying I'm not. I don't like to be used to it, but
Mandola sandwich shop. This is healthy.
calling your ass out.
What are you coming to?
I'm covering AI.
Okay, that's right.
Yes.
Hey, next to the pizza too. Come on. Man. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was actually good. I'll go there again.
You want to try Italian sausage sub?
No, man, I'm good. I had,
You can ask that guy. I can give you his phone number if he wants some of it.
where's it from?
He may want some of. He may want some of your Italian sausage sub. He saved.
I'm gonna hang out later.
He's saved under unsolicited. That's his name in Pub. Someone was like, I want to see. I was like, here it is in Pub. He took a picture of a phone with it on it. That's why I was like, what? Anyway, I've seen all different types of things,
Italian sausage sub.
but I was always told to.
The sub is amazing. Look at it. Go try it. I dare you. That's delicious. I'm telling you. Claudia, it'll change your life. So good, it'll change your life.
It'll change your life.
I'm sure it changed my life.
Is anyone even on here? Oh, Vanessa can too.
You're being rude right now. I'm trying to get one of the greatest things ever.
How do we wake this one up?
What?
Take one bite.
Okay, hello. I'm gonna work on getting this.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Eat the whole thing.
Thanks.
And how do you sure?
I want to get this one.
You sure for that cheese? We need to ask cheese.
My buddy owns- My buddy owns Ellie. It's a Houston.
Yes.
What else did we buy?
I know.
No, I like it red.
How you gotta do it?
I like it. It's all when they I thought I saw red.
How do we wake up? There is none. I noticed. We need more. Ozzy, how do we get this situated? I guess.
Yeah. I saw you.
Oh. Aha. I think they fixed it. Okay. I fixed it. I'm trying to fix the things. Escape.
Lottie, what you think? Telling you, homies.
I think they went to him with his stuff because they were the sponsors for today.
They were in.
Okay, Vanessa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Talking about how you were shopping get good too.
No, I'm just. I got that before.
I was not.
He knows, he must have.
So I was going to man, he sounds like he's from the East Coast.
Okay.
Well, I grew up in Miami. I mean, I was born in Cuba. I lived in Miami. How far is Cuba?
Vanessa, have you downloaded Claude? I think, did you say you did?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you ask me again?
Have you downloaded Claude?
No, I haven't. Mm-mm.
Okay. Okay. Come on, girl. You've downloaded it.
I'm already playing with him all day. They kick me out. We got 5 hours. I'm like,
I know. Yeah, they'll be like, you only get so long. If you've used up too much data, then it will make it to where it'll give you it's like you can come back in however many hours.
I mean, pretty much like you.
Yeah, you've used me up basically.
No, I was born in Brooklyn.
Okay.
You got family?
No. City's always moving.
Always moving. All right, guys, bye.
All right, I'm going to show y'all how to work with Claude. Okay.
I'm glad somebody is, because I've been here
Well,
about Claude.
Well, I mean, so a lot of people ask, like, why Claude, why ChatGPT, why Gemini? So we get Gemini that we can easily use, like, in our Gmail. It's right here.
Correct.
That's it. You just click on that and you are talking to Gemini. You can tell it, organize my whatever. You can do all of that. And I mean, so it's whatever you want to do there. I like Claude Pro Cowork because I can do a lot. And so I recommend getting Claude. And then I do the Claude Pro, but I also have ChatGPT. For me, that's like a personal ChatGPT kind of thing. And so how I got Claude like kind of like up to date on knowing who I was is I was like, hey, ChatGPT, give me a like breakdown and summarize me, my business goals, like what I've told you about X, Y, and Z about me in order for Claude to get to learn who I am and up to speed. So I did that. So I recommend if you already have a relationship basically with another AI, tell it to summarize you and your business and everything like that as a copy and paste form and then stick that into Claude. So then that way Claude's up to date. And so also AI, it's a tool. It's not going to replace like people and things because a human has to prompt it or someone has to prompt AI in order for it to do things. And so one thing I can tell you to do is try to become the or just become the best prompt writer that you possibly can by being as specific as possible. And so if there's something you are wanting it to do, explain it like you're explaining it to like a kindergartner. Like it's kind of, there's that old saying where it's like, how do you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? And they're like, well, you just take this and this and put it together. And so like, I guess it's like a, and then,
Like you can't take the peanut butter jar and the jelly jar and just smash it.
that's
together.
it. Like,
Yeah.
how do you really make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? And if you're teaching people, you can't just say, okay, here's your peanut butter, here's your jelly, here's your bread. Like, that's not going to make you a sandwich. You're going to have to take 2 pieces of bread. Like, you're literally explaining this to AI. You're saying, I'm going to take 2 slices of bread out of the bread bag of bread. I'm going to set them down on the counter. I'm going to take the jar of peanut butter. I'm going to take a knife. I am going to scoop out the peanut butter. I'm going to put it on one side of the bread. I'm going to then take the, set the jar back down of peanut butter. I am then going to pick up the jar of jelly. I'm going to take the knife and scoop it out, put it on the other slice of bread. I'm going to set the jar and the knife down. I'm going to take the 2 pieces of bread and I'm going to put them together. That's how you have to treat AI until it gets really used to you. And so this kind of gives you like, how do I literally asked Claude, how do I download Claude Desktop to my computer? That's all I did. Like, I asked Claude and then it showed me what to do and how to do it. Then I said, how do I set up my Google Chrome extension? It walked me through it. It's like, you're asking it how to set up itself. And so with that, it literally walked me through it. There's no free account, so it explains. Pros, like $20 a month. Again, we're kind of going on Claude some. ChatGPT, you can do a paid account if you want, whatever. Again, Gemini, we do get it with our email and everything, which is great. So, like, let's just make a new chat and say, I would like for you to, again, I'm to see the market statistics on my listings in PAR. Please walk me through what you need. This is with the Chrome extension that I'm utilizing. Open to view and gather this data. Okay, so it's going to literally explain it. Can I what?
Open the whole screen.
How do I do that? How do I make them smaller?
Go to that one. Oh, see, go down to the bottom. Right there.
That?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it helps a little.
All right. Which hard data are you trying to gather? HAR MLS matrix stats, HAR ML, and then I'm just going to say HAR MLS matrix. Is Claude Chrome extension downloaded? Yes. Again, I'm just treating it like it's a kindergartner and we're making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. All right. I've got browser access here. Open Chrome and log into HAR with your credentials. So I'm over here. So I'm going to go like this. And I'm going to say HAR. And that's going to give me the wrong one. But so I'm going to go here. I'm going to get to matrix. So there I am. I'm literally going to say HAR matrix is now open in Chrome. So then it's going to hopefully like get up in there. Yep. So see how it just did this and it's doing it. So it opened up a tab. I only see a blank new tab. Okay. So this is where I'm going to need to log in. So it'll have to like prompt a tab. Then you can go in. All right. Now it is it's in the matrix. Claude is in the matrix. All right. So I'm going to go back to Claude and say, now it is officially open. Open in Chrome. Okay. Again, we're just step by stepping it. And once then it gets used to you, then you can start asking it to do more. So found it. You're going to say allow for this website. Let me look at what's on the screen. You can literally see how Claude is doing this. And then whenever I'm over here, see how Claude is It's literally clicking. My mouse is here. It's the big pink one. It's clicking. So it's going to statistics for me. It's telling me what it's doing. I'm seeing stats in the window. Let me see what, I mean, that's, and then, so it's clicking and doing its thing. So this is where you have to get very specific. Let's see. I'm on the matrix page now. Yep. Listing agent, Aislinn Phelan. Let's see. What do I want to run? All of it. Sales price to list price, average days on market, list price. I'm just gonna say I want views, saves, favorites, emails out from agents, etc. And it's just going to start pulling all the data. And then once it drives it, allow. Then I'm going to ask to put it to build out and do a spreadsheet for me. It's under the HAR member one. I'm like, so now it's just moving around. Now it's over here. Yeah, now it's moving and over here in my this.
I think I'm still slipping extensions.
Well, and then we can get there if you want. I'm not touching the thing. It's doing all of it. And I can literally keep going on my back end. Like I can keep working on other things on my computer while it's doing all this. So it's pulling all of this for me. Let's see what it has to say now.
Last night I was working on something and I was called Aislinn and she
yeah, it says, want me to read through this and pull actual numbers into a summary or spreadsheet for you? Then I can go through the other tabs. Yes, please. I need this to present to my sellers for each of my listings.
anyway, she was like, cool.
Yeah. I was like, why are you copying and pasting? And tell Claude to do it. Like,
So that was my first list. It was pretty cool.
I think I think Claude's back over here. No, he's over here. Also, you can have Claude pull comps for you. So I'm going to open up another one real quick. Let's see. I'm going to say, I need you to help me pull comp. What's that one on that address you need help on?
6998. Commander Roland.
Roland?
Yeah.
What city?
It's 1L. I can't see, so forgive me if there's 2 L's. I don't know.
One L in Roland?
Yes. And it's
Okay. What? Why are you laughing?
I'm stupid though.
No, you're fine. Let's see what he has.
I was laughing at our message. Our group.
Oh, I didn't like that one. So I didn't like that. What I said. Oh, I know. I'm telling you. All right. Chrome on HAR. What do you want it? Quick summary in chat or spreadsheet? I'm going to put both. I'm telling you.
We want it all.
My life is boring or not boring at all. Oh, so it opened up another tab over here. So it's going to tell me to open up HAR matrix. So it's going to prompt you and tell you what to do. So it's going to probably like click around for me and get in there. Maybe. Again, it's still learning me.
It's just working with, like, learning to work with it.
It's like training an assistant.
Yeah. I mean, just like chat when I first started, it was, now it's like.
So right now it's working around here. So this is what it's pulling up right now. All right. Allow. Okay. I told it to actually like go into the matrix. So let's see if it does. I'm just telling it. Yeah, here we go. So this is Claude doing its thing and we're just going to watch it. Okay. Let's see what he does. And then, so what I also do is I have it check my email. I have it check in FUB. I have it set up my day with calendars. I have it auto, like it'll make, so I'll tell it, oh, look, see. So there it pulled that information for you. So that's the older information on it. So it just pulled that. Let's see what he has to say. Yes, I see that. I need actual comps. Comparable properties. So I am looking to help them list it for sale. So this is, we want the information on the property. So it expired at 4/20 back in 2018. You're gonna get mad at me because I'm clicking around too much. I like to pull up Realist so it looks at real, and I let it know like, please refer to the Realist page that is now open as the, like, what do you mean?
All that. It's inaccurate.
Okay, so what's the accuracy that you're needing?
So it's 30.
So the property now has some updates. The original data is not accurate.
It's 38 square feet, and it's on 6.802 acres.
802 acres.
It's 4 bedrooms, 3.5
Okay. What about major renovations?
They've added a deck.
Okay.
And obviously these are just.
Well, while I'm literally typing it, look at what it's doing. So I'm going to tell it, so it's only including sold. So I'm going to say, please include every status. So it's literally, this is Claude doing the thing. And then we're going to call it country homes and acreage.
So we need full from country homes and acreage.
And single family. Full from both of those. Okay. So I told it to select all of those. And I also, and so it's pulling between 3 and 5 bedrooms, 2,600 to 3,600. Now it's going to go to country homes and acres. It's searching in Hitchcock's. I'm going to tell it to go within a 5-mile radius. A 5-mile radius. Do not go outside of the county or into different, outside of the county of Galveston. That's Galveston, right?
Yes.
All right. So I'm just telling it what to do, and it's just going to start making changes and everything. So, I mean, it's just crazy what it can do, and it does it for you. Again, I'll have it like doing stuff in the background for me all the time. Yeah. So county, it just added Galveston. Square footage is now 2,000 to 4,000. Within 5 miles, it's now adding that for 5 miles out of it. It went back a year because it's suggesting to go back a year. So, yeah, and that's what an appraiser, and like I will tell it, think like a real estate appraiser when you are helping pull these comparables. I'm going to say Texas, licensed Texas real estate appraiser. So it's just doing its thing. So yeah. And I can have it in the meantime, check in my email, and I'll just be like, hey, who has sent me emails that I need to respond to? Please draft responses. It does that. And then all the responses will be sitting in my draft, and I can adjust or whatever, make them accordingly. It tells me what I need to do, what I need to respond to. I then will tell it, like right now it's working on this call. I'll sit there and I'll tell it to like check FUB. And I'm like, who do I need to respond to? Please go set follow-up tasks for me. Get an email draft set up, like help me set this appointment, like all that. Yeah. I mean, it's just, it's how it is. It can build out.
Best places for voicemail.
No, you're good. Oh, so there's 77 matches, it's saying, that are sold within the past year, country homes and acreage, bedrooms between 3 and 5, lot size between 1,500 square feet, 4,500 square feet, 450,000 square feet, and 150,000 square feet. Ordered by status and current price. So that's the first one it gave us. And so now it's probably going to work with single family. What are you laughing at?
Sorry.
I'm going to go to the results.
Distraction.
No, you're good. So let's see. I'm like, let's see what it's telling us. Cleared successfully. Rebuilding with proper appraiser style criteria. What are some other things about the property? What upgrades have been done?
They redid the laundry room. They put new stuff in, tile. So literally, anybody can go in there and kind of put their own.
Okay, what else?
They
put
I would say that's probably it. Everything else they updated the paint colors more tastefully.
Okay. Inside or outside?
Inside.
The entire inside has been repainted.
They do have the
Original hardwood floors.
And the doors as far as the
Doors, all solid, all how old is it?
house was built in 1942.
Solid wood doors. The house was built in 1942.
Previous owners, not previous owners, they did where they put new plumbing, electrical.
When was that done?
We don't have a specific date, but
Like give a year.
we'll say 2016 or 2013. Well, let's just say
We're just gonna say approximately between 2013 and 2016. How's it? So basically, let's see, it's doing its thing. It's not going to. So now it's working on the single family.
yeah, the roof was replaced with 30-year shingles in 2013.
Okay. Sorry. Hello. Hey.
Oh, no, don't do that.
1220. Yeah. So it just pulled comparables from like 220 to 885. Oh, I'm teaching a class, sorry. You should just like pull it forward. Try the 0000. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So then, so right now we've told it all the information. So now it's just doing its thing and digging around. But I mean, we did tell it to pull it like a price it like a appraiser. Yeah, so it says basically 0 matches for single family whenever they look that round like an appraiser would. Single family class in Galveston County. Rural areas tends to skew smaller square footage or a different price range. Let's look at the result tabs to confirm. So what would be the best way to pull comparables? And I'll just ask it sometimes. I'm just like, tell me what to do.
You're pulling comps on the plot?
I'm teaching. We right now. So she has a listing coming up, and I said, please help me pull comps on 6998 Commander Roland Drive, Hitchcock, Texas. And so I told it to pull up all the things in HAR, and I was like, comparable properties. It's 3038 square feet, 6.802 acres, 4 bedroom, 3.5 bath, added a deck. Include every status, country homes in acreage and single family, pull from both, 5-mile radius, don't go out of Galveston County. Please think like a licensed Texas real estate appraiser, pulling comparables like that. Redid the laundry room, new subfloor, new tile, put new deck outside, house repainted, original hardwood floors, original solid wood doors, house and built in 1942, plumbing, electrical redone approximately 2013, 2026. You're literally typing in what they're telling you, and it's going to help you pull comps. So the cleanest way, it's telling us, Matrix treats it like this. I'll run 2 clean searches, 1 per property type, using the filters Galveston County, sold in the last 24 months. So now it's saying 2 years, because of this type of a property. This is what appraisers do. Yeah. And so between 2,500 and 3,600 square feet, 3 to 5 bathrooms, and similar size acreage. So then merge the results in one comp set, then starting with single family. So this is what they are. Let's see what it's doing and thinking. Selecting Galveston. Okay, so it's doing all its things down there. And then it's probably going to add like the 5 miles doing that. It's working through it. But yeah. It's checking the viewing results, which it got 17. And then now I'm not clicking anything. So these are the comparables you got between 200 and 1.5. So let's see what Claude has to say. 17 matches. Use all status. And then for yeah. And so now it's going to be clicking all the statuses. Yeah, between 3 and 11 acres is what an appraiser would do according to Claude. And then the criteria. So we're just looking. It's getting mad at me. It's 300. It has 330 results now. Let's see what he says. Yeah, so 25 to 3,500 square feet, 3 to 5 bedrooms, 3 to 11 acres. So once you are done, please help with a suggested list price. Let's see. And yeah, 1 match. And that's in country homes and acreage. That's for Hitchcock specifically. So leave out. So I'm gonna say use the address as the starting. We go 5 miles out. Or let's see what he's having to say. Location, land. Okay, yeah, county type. So it realized that by leaving it on Hitchcock, we weren't going to find that many, so it only found one. Now it's going to Galveston, and it's showing 3. So it's literally doing what a human would do. Like, oh, I only found 1. I need to back out some because I made it too specific. So now it's widening the comps for sold, withdrawn, expired, terminated within 730 days. So that's what, 2 years? Yep. Yeah, I don't, yeah, so here's your comps. You have between 1.125 listed, sold of 885. Let's see what he's up. All fields are now selected correctly. Now checking results. All right. So this is the map. It opened the map for us. That's where comp number 1 is. Again, yeah, so I'm just gonna let it like show us it's what all it's doing. So it's saying that's a that's an active competition you're gonna be dealing with out of Dickinson. So it's now clicking through all of this in order to gather data to make us put it in a spreadsheet. And then it's gonna make a spreadsheet for us. So now it's literally clicking. So there's another one in Santa Fe for 869. The year built was 2020 though. So 1.25. That house was built in 1950, so that's closer in age. It didn't sell for that price. Always pull withdrawn, terminated, and expired. Anytime you pull comps, they tell a story as well. Because if a seller's sitting there going, I want $1 million, you can say, well, here's all the ones that have expired, terminated, and withdrawn that were at $1 million. That's why I do that.
Those factor in, so those are factoring in.
Yeah, because they didn't sell. Now, I mean, of course, there's other factors that come into it, but I mean, like, it helps paint a picture to explain to your seller. Especially if they're like, oh, well, yeah. So that's the only one that popped up on single family. So only 1 popped up on single family and 3 popped up in, or what was it, 6 or 7 popped up on the other one, the country homes and ranch. Like, honestly, I would put it under the country acreage and ranch or whatever it's the farm homes.
Like when I go to list it.
You can list it in both. Yeah, so here's another one. They were at 960 and then they went down to 840 and sold at 843. So they were on the market 240 days, and that was it. That was this year. So that's a good comparable, and that's Hitchcock. Yeah, that's a good comparable. I mean, year built 2000, but you adjust accordingly. So you need to adjust down for age. So 249,337 divided by 43. So that's on 5.72 acres. This one right here. This is pretty much a comparable. So, I mean, but you have to adjust again, like we said about the age. And we can even ask, like, all right, so here we go. Here's what it gave us. Here's our comps. Lazy Lane is the closest comp match, 1950s versus subject 1942 on acreage of 10.7, but it did not sell for 1.25 of useful ceiling marker, but not a value indicator. 2 actual sales in Hitchcock, Redfish and Delisandre sold at 308 and 219, and newer Santa Fe sale at 252 with the 2020 construction, which is not a fair comparison to a 1942 home, even with updates. Given the subject's blend of an older build with meaningful updated core systems, roof, electrical, plumbing, all within the last 13 years and large acreage than most comps, I'd bracket a price per square foot between $260, $290, landing around $790 to $880, with $825 as a reasonable starting point. This isn't a formal appraisal, just data-driven starting range based on the 7 comps. Would you like me to build this out as a formatted summary or document for the file? So what was your gut? What was your gut on it? Okay, well, it's saying 880, 825 is the good starting price. What else would you want to ask it to come up with?
What, average days on market?
Right here. They're right here, so. I'm going to ask it, what do you feel like the estimated days on market will be with the data you pulled, as well with considering today's real estate market and also interest rate? Huh?
So considering today's real estate market in Hitchcock or just in general? Because definitely
In general.
cities.
Well, it is, but it isn't. So, I mean, it's saying right here, average days. So the skewed high on redfish was a 240-day sale, and the remaining 5 average at 67 days. So I tell it to check it just because, I mean, it's checking Galveston, it's checking HAR, it's checking inventory rising, it's checking pricing trends. It's gonna pull it based on pretty much that Galveston housing market, real estate insights. Factoring current conditions on top of comp data, I'd estimate 90 to 150 days on the market. If priced between 790 and 880 range, you'd likely be in the middle of the range, about 100 to 120 days. Here's the reasoning. Rates are sitting around 6.5 to 6.8 right now, a bit elevated after ticking up since late February due to Iran conflict. You are squeezing the buyer pool for a property in that price bracket, 600 to 800,000 plus acreage. Purchase requires a substantial jumbo adjacent loan. Broader Houston market is roughly 52 to 54 days on average as of June. Modestly year over year, with inventory climbing from 5.2 to 5.6 months, a market that's rebalancing towards buyers, but not dramatically slow. Galveston specifically is running much cooler than that. Homes are commonly taking 79 to over 150 days, and it's describing as a firm buyer's market with negotiating leverage shifting away from sellers. Since the subject is in Galveston County rather than Houston core, that slower Galveston pace is more relevant benchmark. You own comps set to reinforce this. 2 of the closest matches on age and acreage, Lazy Lane and Center Street, never sold at all, withdrawn expired. So that's why you got to keep those, which tells you that this acreage niche is a thin buyer pool that punishes overpricing quickly. The property that sold fastest, Delisandre, 8 days, was priced meaningfully lower at $595 and the one that took the longest, Redfish, 240 days, started at $960 and had to cut down to $849 before it moved. That spread suggests pricing discipline matters a lot here. Price towards the lower half of the 790 to 880 range, and you'll be closer to Delisandre's outcome. Price towards the top, and you'll risk drifting towards Redfish's or worse. Rural acreage properties also just inherently move slower than platted subdivision homes, smaller buying pool. Sometimes trickier financing and appraisal, which is consistent with that which your comps show versus a Houston-wide average. So there's all your answers. And these are all things that I'm telling a seller to prepare them for. Don't be asking me every day why a million people haven't come through it.
Yeah, no, they know.
So, I mean,
That part I'm not too concerned about, but I was just kind of concerned with realistically what would be the average days on market so that
you're looking at 3 to 6 months.
3 to 6 months. So which I think works for
Have them sign a year-long listing agreement. I'm having every seller of mine sign a year-long listing agreement now.
oh yeah.
Because of
Days on market. Yeah. And it's like, if I'm going to market it in the way that I market things, I'm going to be putting a lot of time, energy, effort, and money into it. I would like for the commitment, just in case, again. And also, if you think about it, if the days on market is around 60 days for it to even get something under contract, and then let's say you go under contract, that puts you like pretty much right at 90-ish days. And that's the average of 60 days. So in that specific neighborhood, let's say your comparables are showing like 4 months. By the time you get under contract, you're almost having to extend out your listing agreement anyway once you're under contract. What other questions y'all got?
What would be like, how do you like with, so like for your properties that are not, you know, foreclosed, how do you market those nowadays? Like you're just constantly posting on social media?
I am literally contacting agents that have sold in that specific area all around it and have had listings in that whole area. And I'm also contacting and circle prospecting neighbors.
Which, how would that's something I don't know. How do I go about? Which I guess I could ask a lot of.
Yeah, I'm going to say, how can we find out which agents have
show you, girl.
have sold in this area for this type of property, this
We've been asked
of property type of property. That's why it's better if I'm just like talking to Claude. I'll just talk to it a lot. But then my accent sometimes it doesn't like, so because I guess I'm from Texas and stuff. So who I can reach out to in order to help market the property. And then I'm going to ask it, what are the best ways for me to market a property like this? Okay, so let's see what it does. Again, it's just prompting. So it's like, you're asking me the question, you're going to type it into Claude and then gonna dig around. Let's see what he says and does. He's thinking. So yeah, and like this, it gives you actual like areas. And so let's see, pulling, listing, and selling agents for rural and acreage comps. Providing marketing recommendations for acreage listings. Let's see, it is so cold in here. And you can see where it's like doing the progress. So it's giving you the progress on the side. Let me pull agent data from the MLS for sold acreage properties in the area. So let's watch what he's going to do. So let's see what he going to do. The other way you can do it is by going into Realist and looking as well. Oh yeah.
Okay, so I'll go into our look up for what has sold or coming soon.
That's what it's doing. I mean,
And then it will tell me the agent, and then I reach out to them.
yeah, and you just say, hey, I have this listing that's coming soon. I want to tell you all about it. Maybe you have someone that would be interested in it. And tell them about it. Yeah, and you can say, I already have the pictures, or we're just working on finalizing the price. That's what I do. And so right now it's doing all of that, and then it'll give us a whole thing. So it is now searching the MLS for those agents that you can contact. And I'm going to say, give me the agent's names and contact information, please. So it has 11. It's doing its thing. And like I'm prompting it while I'm like doing other stuff on my computer. Okay. Well, it's here. Like I don't know. I mean, like I don't know how to code. I don't know how to build websites. I don't know how to, but I mean, you can literally tell it what to do and it will do it for you. Like there's times where it's like I need to go through and scroll through my email and check all of it and see who I need to respond to. But then it's kind of like what we all talk about. We get like lost in it and it's like, oh, it's like you get on these little bunny trails and stuff. You're like, oh, I need to take care of that one. Oh, I saw that one. Oh, I saw that one. Oh, I saw that one. And it's like, if I just tell it, please go through my email and tell me exactly what to do and who I need to respond to, it's literally going to tell me what I need to do. And it's going to say already drafted in your drafts responses to the ones you need to respond to with suggested drafts. So then I'm like, okay, I'm able to get so much more done by telling it to do that versus me trying to physically do it. I'm able to be on the phone with more. I'm able to engage and all that kind of stuff. Like right now it's gathering I told it to give me the agent's names and contact information. So it's working on all of that. And I mean, and then same with like the calendar, I'll be like, please go through my calendar, help me set up what time is best for me to handle these appointments. Please go ahead and the follow-up boss, schedule those appointments with the client, send them reminders, send them the text messages, confirm it and everything, and it'll be done. It just helps allow you to have more time. You're literally telling an assistant what to do.
If you programmed it, like you told it, like this is who I am, like Ozzy suggested.
Oh yeah. Yep. I went to, because ChatGPT, I've had a longer relationship with it. Yep. And so I'm like, hey, ChatGPT, give me a copy and paste to bloop, put in Claude. And then it'll literally like, and then I literally like, copy, paste. And then so it sets Claude's like core memory on that about you. And so it knows I'm in real estate. It knows I'm in the greater Houston, Texas area. It knows how to navigate in HAR because I've been working with it. It knows I've set it up to where it integrated into my Gmail, into my calendar, into my Google Drive. So it's all integrated everywhere. And you just have the little like extension right up here that you can prompt it to do everything. So like right now it's getting all like, I could be sitting here and clicking through every single agent and then typing them on a spreadsheet. Or I can just, and then I can sit here and tell it like, hey, whenever it makes the spreadsheet, okay, please help me put all this into FUB. And then it's going to help me drop it all into FUB. It's going to tag them accordingly. It's going to source them accordingly. It's going to do all of that. And then it can say, set a reminder, put it on my calendar, call these agents on these dates to have these conversations. Or it can go ahead and prompt an email to send out to all of them saying, hey, I have this property coming soon. Like I can tell it right now. I will be having this property coming soon. Already have the pictures, just waiting on an appraiser to help with completely finalizing the price. Please go ahead and draft emails to each agent, letting them know and asking them about who they may know that may be interested, and also just being nice and I don't know what's the right word. Grateful for the opportunity to talk with them about the property. So it's like going through its whole thing right now. We'll see what it says in a second, but it's working. So yeah. What other questions y'all got?
Like what?
Yeah.
He's your best friend.
Mhm, he's my boyfriend. What you talking about?
Yeah. Like, what are you doing right now, ma'am? You could be telling Claude to do that.
They put me on a time limit.
Who?
Oh wait, Claude.
Oh, so that is, so you can use up all of your tokens.
Oh, for the free tokens?
Well, so whenever you do the pro version, the $20 a month, you have so many tokens. So it'll prompt you to come back of like your memory data is at blank, and it'll say you can come back and use me in like 3 hours.
It said 5-hour limit reach, resets at 2:20. So
Yeah.
I've been obviously
Having to work manually now because she used them up. So, I mean, it happens. And so then I'll just be like, okay, I'll come back. We'll finish this later. And then pop back in.
all of them.
Yeah. It's time. I mean, he'll probably tell me soon that I've used up a lot, but we haven't gotten there yet. So it hadn't warned me yet.
So the free version is really not effective.
The free version, you can't even do the extension.
Yeah.
It won't even.
Can't do shit.
You can ask it questions.
Yeah.
Free version, what I ended up doing, because I'm like, I can't get into my car because I wasn't like aware of like how it fully works. So I grabbed all the comps, I pasted it in there, and then it generated the price for me and all that.
You can do that.
Yeah.
Like, there's times where I'll run a CMA and I'll just be like, hey, can you cross-check this, double-check this and everything? This is what I found. Where should we be at price point? Because if it's just like all over the place, and then it'll, and then I'm like, please research the overall neighborhood, the market, this, like, what would get it priced to sell, blah, blah, blah. How can I tell the seller X, Y, and Z?
I mean, you won't stay quiet. It just vomit in.
It will. Yeah. Yeah.
And then when you don't know, you're just like, oh, wow, look at this.
Yeah.
You link it to how?
So did you download Claude desktop? Okay, then you downloaded the extension, the Chrome extension. So click on the desktop.
Use it through Google Chrome.
Yeah, Google Chrome you have to use.
Then you go through Google Chrome
Mm-hmm.
extension to download it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I had to do. I had to be like, how do I download Group or Claude desktop?
Yeah.
And then it told me. And then I said, how do I download Claude Chrome extension? I literally asked it both times and it told me what to do.
What is the line for? You need to go to Google Chrome.
Yeah, go to Claude, like via Google Chrome. Yeah, and then literally ask it, but just make sure you have Pro, and then because you're gonna have to pay $20 a month for it, and then say, hey, how do I download Claude desktop? And then you're like, how do I download the extension? Because if you're just going to claude.com, you're only going to the website. It's not the extension that's been downloaded, and it's not the desktop version that's been downloaded that helps link it all together. Yes. Yeah, you can't connect it to your Chrome until you pay the $20. I know.
Get your card out.
Yeah, get your subscription going. Pay to play. I mean, hey, if you can pay $20 a month for a freaking assistant, go for it.
Yep. I'm in.
Yeah, I know.
I like playing.
I'm like, I just won't go get Starbucks or whatever drinks today kind of thing for the $20.
I mean, but I'm not trying to be a party pooper or anything, but you see all the steps, the problems you have to push into Claude?
Well, we've been, I mean, yeah, but I mean, it also is, she's been also searching the MLS for a while now and had to hire a full-blown appraiser to feel confident with it whenever this gave it all to us for $20 for a whole month. And we've not even been sitting here. We got that within like the first 30 minutes. So
It just depends on how you look at it.
It is.
It's a mindset, just like everything else.
it is. And I mean, I'm using it to help me save time. Yes, I'm having to prompt it. It's just the same as if you sat there and were digging in the MLS trying to figure it out, or digging through your email. And then I go down rabbit holes. I'm like, crap, I forgot to do this one. It's like send error. Okay.
And then it's doing it for you.
And then it's like, so I can tell it, like, go through my email, get all the stuff ready. So I mean, I already told it this is coming soon. I have the pictures, just waiting on appraiser to help with completely finalizing price. Please go ahead, draft emails to each agent, letting them know, asking them about who they know that may be interested, and also just being nice and grateful for the opportunity to talk to them about the property. So now it's going to go into my email, and it's going to go bloop. Now I'm going to, bloop, and it's going to do the drafts. in, so now it's probably gonna open up my Gmail if it got all the agent's contact information. Let's see. But I mean, this is what it pulled as far as comparable.
Pretty good. So it'll send all the emails.
Well, it'll draft them to where then you can click on you can tell it to send them. I like to go look at the draft first before I hit send. I haven't trusted it that much yet. But there's even times where I've told it to go into follow-up boss and respond to all my people that I need to respond to, or get them all prepped and ready, and I'll do all that, and it sets appointments for me and everything. So let's see what it's saying. So yeah.
Can you, what's the correct download address? Because I'm getting a lot. I don't want to.
Go to Claude.com.
Right here.
Because if you do like Open AI or like, there's a bunch of different ones you can click on like Google, and it's not the right one. So, I mean, yeah, it does. Yes, it's a lot of prompts, but I mean, I'm not touching shit. It's doing all of it for me. My hands are like, it's pulling all. So she asked me, she goes, what should I do to market it? And I said, I would be contacting all the agents that have sold anything recently or listed anything recently in that area for properties of that type. I told it to make me a spreadsheet of all those agents so I can send emails to them to pre-market this property. And so I prompted it to do that. So now it's going to go gather all the agents on confirmation and get them all a draft scheduled for into my draft box in my email. That's why, yes, and like I explained to them earlier, and I'll explain it again, you have to be super specific on what you're telling it. Like I told them earlier, it's like, how do you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Well, you just take bread, peanut butter, and jelly. Well, that's not going to make you a sandwich. You have to take the 2 slices of bread out of the bag. You have to set them down. You have to take the peanut butter jar, open the top, take your knife, do that, put it on the bread. Like you have to break it down step by step until it gets used to you, because you're literally training it on what you do and who you are. And then it will get better and better over time. And like I've told them too, like it doesn't replace people. Someone has to prompt it to do what you're telling it to do. So yeah, because a lot of people are like, AI is going to replace agents. I'm like, is AI going to physically open the door unless there's some magical thing online and it has a code where it goes and then the door lock goes like that? I mean, then yeah, sure, it can open doors for people. Like, because you can like remote open doors from your phone and stuff like that. So I mean, it could get it to where it does that, but I mean, how is it going to get pictures of the property? You know, what are they going to do? Open the door and then a little drone goes in there or something? I mean, it could. Yeah. Someone could like prompt their little drone to go fly over. They magically open the door and then fly a drone in there, take the pictures, and then get out. I mean, it is very possible that that's what it turns into, but that's why we have to do better with getting on the reality of shit. It's here.
Yeah, you can't ignore it.
Try again. And it's like error. I'm like, give me the agents. So yeah, we're gonna go back to this one. Let's just ask it, what are the best ways to market this property, and see what it says. But yeah, it's like, please, this is a server side temporarily at the moment. It broke. Sometimes my brain breaks, so I get it. So yeah. Any questions or needing help, I guess, getting all set up and everything. So
Yeah, I'm not getting my verification.
Where'd you send it?
I sent it to the past policy.
Then check that.
Hey, Sydney, baby,
What?
I'm not laughing. We're not laughing at you. I'm laughing.
It's okay. You can laugh at me. I wouldn't trust me. I'll laugh at you. If you give me a chance. So.
No, I mean, I'm like, I've had a day.
I have a day every damn day. Every damn year.
Why are you giving me this error? Error code.
Jerry. Where's Jerry, where are you, Jerry? There you
We'll see how close we get to, call it the actual freezer.
Yeah, and I can I'll send you all of this. I'm gonna say give me the data above. In a PDF. It's probably still gonna be like broken. You error messaged me. I'm like, yeah, I know. Open. Oh, there's a major outage going on. I guess. Oh, no downtime. Elevated error. Whatever. Okay. Investigating. We are currently investigating the issue. Okay. So whenever it's done investigating, I'll let you know. And I'll get all this information for you. You're welcome.
Why am I? Oh, I'm gonna try it
It's nap time.
Well, it is broken right now.
again. No, I got the.
Oh, well, then there you
No,
go.
but it's, okay, so.
All right. Any question? Is anyone online?
Yeah, it sent me the email, but it didn't send me the verification code in the email.
Mm.
It says enter the verification code on the